By March.
Call this meeting to order. The regular meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. Today is March 11th, and we are meeting at the East Helena High School located at 2760 Valley Drive in East Helena. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will you please call the roll?
Chair Tharp,
Here.
Ron Slinger,
Here.
Lisa Schmidt,
Here.
Julie Maxwell,
He is on her way.
Madeline Quinlan. Here. Hannah Neeskens,
Here.
Renee Rasmussen,
Excused.
Gavin Mao,
Excused.
Superintendent Helena,
Here.
Commissioner Christian's office,
Here.
Governor Jean Forte's office.
Here. Thank you. We do have a quorum present. We'll proceed. The Board of Public Education encourages the public to participate in board discussions. Persons who wish to participate should sign the public comment sign-in sheet and identify themselves to the board chair or executive director prior to the board's consideration of the matter in which the persons are concerned. Anyone wishing to participate in board discussions will be recognized by the chair in keeping with normal board parliamentary procedure. We discourage public comment on personnel matters and ask that you discuss these issues in private with the board chair. Board of Public Education is a professional development unit provider. Attending a Board of Public Education meeting may qualify you to receive professional development units. Please complete the necessary information on the sign-in sheet if you are applying for professional development units. This time, I'd like to welcome any visitors who would like to introduce themselves. We've got quite a crew of people here today. Any visitors like to introduce themselves?
My name is Chantel Meterstadt. I'm the NAEP State Coordinator from OPI. Cedar Rose Assessment Director, OPI. Julie Merkel, Chief Program Officer. Tyler Cookies, Deputy Chief of Staff at the OPI. Christy Oxenda, Assistant Chief Program Officer at the OPI. Marie Dudish, Senior Manager of Teaching and Learning at the OPI.
I'm Daniel Seibert, Senior Regional Director with Cognia.
Good morning, BJ Paris, Regional Vice President for Cognia.
I'm Rob Watson, Executive Director, School Administrators in Montana. I'm Stan Rispens, I'm Superintendent of Schools for East Helena Public Schools.
I'm Kathy Kitchlow. I'm the new Director of Planning for the Community Choice Schools Commission. Christine Emerson, Director of School Nutrition Programs at OPI. Christy Steinberg, Director of Accreditation and Licensure Manager in the College of Education at the University of Montana.
Thank you. Is there anybody online?
No.
Okay. All right. We'll now open up for public comment. Time for public comment for items not listed on the agenda. However, I do have one person who is going to be leaving who asked to speak. So, Dr. Watson.
Good morning, members of the Board of Public Ed. For the record, Rob Watson, W-A-T-S-O-N. I'm the Executive Director of School Administrators in Montana. We have our technology conference today, so unfortunately I can't stay for your meeting, but I did want to be here to just provide my support for one of your agenda items. Thank you, Chair Tharp, for providing me just a few minutes. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf today of School Administrators in Montana. We're in strong support of the proposed MOU between Montana Board of Public Ed, the Office of Public Instruction, and Cognia. This partnership represents a significant step forward in streamlining the accreditation process for our schools. By aligning state accreditation with Cognia's evidence-based, nationally recognized accreditation system, we can reduce redundancy, save time, and create meaningful efficiencies for school administrators and educators. Instead of managing separate, duplicative accreditation processes, schools will benefit from a cohesive review that maintains the highest standards of quality while allowing them to focus their efforts where they matter most, on student learning and school improvement. As an organization that's dedicated to strong leaders, supporting strong leaders, we recognize the increasing demands placed on our school administrators. This partnership provides a practical solution that upholds accountability while easing burdens. Moreover, it enhances continuous improvement efforts by integrating state and national standards and ensures that Montana schools remain effective and innovative. We encourage the board to approve this partnership, recognizing it as a common sense approach that serves the best interests of students, educators, and communities across our state. Thank you for your leadership in this effort, and thank you for advancing this MOU.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Any other public comment? All right, we will proceed. If we get a motion to approve our consent agenda.
I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion by Dr. Slinger, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Quinlan. Any discussion? Any questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And entertain a motion to adopt our agenda. Motion by Board Member Schmidt to adopt the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Neeskens. Any discussion? Public comment? All those in favor of adopting the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Into item number 1, Chairperson's report. Since our last meeting, I've had multiple meetings with the accreditation committee, along with OPI and Cogni to work out some of the basics of the MOU, and we will have an hour work session on that today and hopefully get everything finalized on that. And then also additional meetings with Cogni, preparing for an on-site accreditation engagement review of Clark County, Nevada. I'll be going there in 2 weeks. 5th largest school district in the country. And I'm looking forward to seeing what a school district of that size looks like, bringing my experience from operating a school district with 7 students. So it should be fun to see the difference. Weekly legislative and executive committee meetings. We had our bi-monthly MSDB meeting. Attended NEMAS meetings in Culbertson and Sydney. Spent a lot of time whenever possible monitoring legislative hearings and floor debates, as well as participating in MTSBA Think Tank Thursdays and the SAM Legislative Network meetings that Dr. Watson facilitates. Participated in a NASB information exchange, and I was appointed to the NASB Financial and Audit Committee, which requires additional meetings every couple of months. Was invited by OPI to join in with the math, science, and meetings. And then you all know my passion for mental health. And so I taught youth mental health first aid to the Ritchie teaching staff last month. Taught QPR to about 75 Sydney high school students. Assisted and attended and worked with the Richland County Hope Squad. We've got the Hope Squad in 4 of our schools in Richland County. Also active with the CISM, and so I did some training with that. Doing a CIT training in Sydney next week, and so actually tonight I'll be meeting with one of our facilitators from Helena, getting things planned for that. And a while ago, the AG's office sent out Narcan to every school, and so I had schools ask me, and so I became a naloxone master trainer, so I can teach people how to administer Narcan in their schools. And in between that, broadcasted 32 basketball games from Williston, North Dakota to Billings to Lewistown and Sydney, and go fight, win for whichever team you're cheering for. With that, I'd like to invite Dan Rispens to come forward, Superintendent Rispens, Superintendent of East Helena Schools. Because while I was in Billings last week, I stayed at the same hotel as the vigilantes, and so that was
Hopefully that was a pleasant experience.
I'm hoping that none of your boys were involved with the fire alarm that went off the first night there. No, it was really surreal for me to be at that Eastern A and seeing Lockwood and East Helena there, and it just seems like just that a short time ago I was working for MREA and advocating to allow the 2 schools to even open, and now seeing this in the success that they're having. So, Mr. Rispens.
Chair Tharp, members of the board, my name is Dan Rispens. For the record, it's Rispens. It's my great honor to be the superintendent of schools for the East Helena Public Schools. It's my 4th year as a superintendent. It's my 24th year as an administrator in East Helena and my 32nd year working in public education in the great state of Montana. I was born and raised here, and it's truly an honor to serve the kids and parents of our state. In this capacity, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to East Helena High School. You're in one of the newest high schools in the state of Montana, and we're enjoying this fantastic, beautiful building that the community helped us build for generations of students to learn and thrive and grow in our community. We are the 227, which is a little local lore. The kids that grew up around here in the 70s and 80s and 90s always called themselves from the 227 because back in the old days when I was a kid, we used to have phones that were attached to a wall and had called a landline. The prefix phone number for East Helena was 227. And so kids that grew up out here called themselves the 227. And nowadays, that to prevent that little bit of history from fading away, the school board has designated February 27th as 227 Day in East Helena, and it's a day when from kindergarten through 12th grade, we celebrate our local heritage, and kids learn about local history. They visit City Hall and learn about the history there. They learn about the Osarco smelter and how it benefited the citizens of East Helena, but also polluted the grounds around East Helena and what's going on with that process now. And here at the high school, we had a visit from nationally known biologist and filmmaker Casey Anderson, who is the grizzly bear guy who lives out by Livingston now, but grew up here in the 227. And there's a picture on the wall in City Hall of him with his pet grizzly bear Brutus swimming in the East Helena City pool one summer when the temperatures were really hot. So just a lot of local history going on here, and it's our honor to have the Board of Public Ed here for your meeting. We're thrilled to be able to show off a little bit of the district to you this afternoon. We'll have an opportunity to visit not only the charter school operations that we're just getting off the ground this year, but also our early literacy classrooms over at Eastgate School. It will be a fun time for you to be able to see some of our kids and teachers in action. We've got an incredible staff. They work hard every day on behalf of the kids, and I'm excited to show you around a little bit after lunch today. We are an early literacy district. We're a transformational learning district. We've had the transformational learning grant for 4 years. You'll probably this afternoon, we talk about the 227 Academy here at East Helena High School, get a flavor for how that transformational learning work is unfolding with the students who are progressing through here in an alternative fashion in the 227 Academy here at the high school. We're an advanced opportunity district, and we're proud to be one of the first public charter school districts in the state of Montana. So it's been a lot of work. We've got a school board who is unified. They've got a vision for the future. They won some awards, but more importantly than that, they really work hard to anticipate what's coming next and try to keep our district a leader in the state and some of these efforts that are going on around. So with that, I just want to make sure that you feel welcome here. I'll be checking back in on you periodically throughout the day. I'll be here this afternoon for the tour. The bus is going to pick us up out back here and then take us over to Eastgate and then to East Valley Middle School and then back here to the high school where we'll have a roundtable discussion. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, would like to welcome our newest board member joining us today, Superintendent Helena. Hannah, would like to introduce yourself to the.
Sure. No one told me I was doing that. Hannah Neeskins, it's my 25th year in education. I'm the superintendent in Whitehall School District currently. I've been there for 10 years. I was, prior to my time in the superintendency, I was the high school principal for 4 years, and I've been the superintendent for 6. Before that, I was in Wolf Point on Fort Peck Indian Reservation, and that is where we adopted our son, who is 29. He just finished a stint in the Air Force. And
prior to that, I was actually in Clark County School District where you were headed, while my husband was in the military. I did start my career in Billings Public Schools, so, 3 out of the 4 districts I worked in have been in Montana. I was an elementary teacher at Boulder Elementary there, so. As far as my education, I am a proud Bobcat, and, I have also, I have a degree in educational technology, my administrator certification, and also my Juris Doctor. So excited to be here, and really looking forward to helping, I guess, guide education in the state of Montana.
Welcome. Hannah's already been very valuable in one of our committee assignments, and with that, especially with bringing their JD experience to this, and very keen eye toward that. So welcome to the board. On page 145 of your package, you have the current assigned standing committees and committee assignments. A lot of shuffling around the last couple of months with Susie resigning from the board, and then
Taking it away.
yeah, found a new gig that was better, more cool than what we were doing evidently. So, and then with Julia coming on and Hannah coming on, so we've had some things shuffled around a little bit. Hopefully these work for everybody. Trying to get people matched up with their areas of interest, their areas of expertise, and then of course we will reorganize at our September meeting, but hopefully this will get everybody going through until then. So, right. Any questions on the committee assignments? All right, we'll move on to item number 2, our executive director report. McCall.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would note too that those committee assignments are always on our webpage for folks who are interested and need to look back. They're under the board members tab. Before I jump into my comments, I really want to thank Superintendent Rispens and his team here in East Helena. These things don't just happen. The fact that we're meeting in a school, you'll hear the bell throughout the day. Like if you had any question of where you were today, I think the bell will remind you. But I think it's really special that we're able to do this. And I think our board has tried really hard to get out and be in schools and actually visit and tour and see kids and talk to teachers. And I just think that's a really special part of what our board has really tried to do over the last couple of years. I also think it's really special that we're meeting officially in our first charter school here in the 227 Academy and sort of this wing of the high school. I think that's also really cool. And like Superintendent Risman said, we'll hear a little bit more from folks later today about the school. I know I can't get out of this without talking about the legislature. We're on transmittal break, which feels very nice. We're 48 days into the legislative session, which means we only have 42 more. We're more than halfway there. I think it's a good sign. At this point, there are already over 830 House bills, with roughly 24 House resolutions. There's over 531 Senate bills and 36 Senate resolutions. We anticipate that the Senate will be back this Friday. They'll clock in and do some floor work. But then on Monday, really both chambers will be back and ready to sort of kick off the second half of the session. We've really spent the first few months working really closely with a lot of our partners, really grateful to the governor's office and Superintendent Helena at OPI and folks there to really help us think about how we get our message best across to folks on the education committees. As you know, they're not always the same. They're different people who don't always have education backgrounds, and ensuring that they understand the value of the Board of Public Ed and the work that we do is really important. So I'm really grateful to the partnership that we have to really tell our story of a high functioning board. I think that's really important. Part of our work is really responding to questions, providing information to legislators day in and day out. I can't tell you the number of standards that I've printed off this year. It is more than any other year before. But I think that's actually been really helpful to our legislators to really support decisions that they're trying to make and have good data to back that up. We've worked really closely with the budget committee early on in the session to really make sure that they understood our budget and our needs, but not just ours, but also the needs in the budget of MSDB. It's really important that we can support them and be there on their behalf as well. Our agency bill, House Bill 28, is currently in Senate Finance and Claims. So I was really hopeful that that would get done sooner than later and fly through as one of the first ones of the year, but that was not the case. Hopefully we'll get it out of committee sooner than later. I'm hoping the second half, we can move it along much more quickly. We had a special meeting at this point, so it doesn't really matter how quickly it moves, I suppose. So we only have one agency bill. I'll tell you, and board members, you know this from my list of bills. We're tracking nearly 100 bills already, just that we think have a influence on the work that we do in the agency, and there are hundreds more of bills out there that touch on education. If you look at the SAM tracker that they have, they're tracking hundreds of bills right now, and I'm just really surprised by the number of bills. I think we'll continue to track the ones that we think align with most closely with the board. And obviously, if there are any questions, please do let me know. Our legislative committee has been incredible. So thank you so much to Tim, Madeline, and Renee for their work and supporting me and sort of helping me think through testimony and positions that the board should be taking. We don't often take positions, as you know. I want to make that really clear. We're not up there all the time. We do provide a lot more informational testimony, and I think that's a testament to the work that we do, is that we really only provide testimony if we think that there's an impact on our board. Otherwise, the positions, we're really there to help support public education generally. Since our January meeting, our office has really been up to sort of the usual activities, other than the legislature. That's unusual for sure. But really just mostly staffing board committees, helping staff the Community Choice School Commission, attending other various meetings, and monitoring legislative session, of course. Before we jump into other reports, I did want to highlight a couple of items that you have in your agenda packet, just so you can have a chance to look at those. And board members, you have some of this in your folders as well. There's two documents that are relevant to our work session that's happening later today under item 11. The first is the joint accreditation process document, and the second is the Cognia MOU. Both of these documents are also found in the agenda packet, but they're actually found under tomorrow's items for item 23 and 24, and that's because tomorrow is when the action will actually be taken. So I didn't want anyone online, if you're listening, or folks in the audience, if you're looking for those documents, they're under the items for tomorrow. There's also a settlement agreement outline that we'll use for our conversation later today. And then finally, there's a list of questions pertaining to the public charter school visit that we'll have later today as well. And finally, before I turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair, again, just really want to thank East Helena Public Schools and all their work for setting up the tours for this afternoon. I just think that's one of the things that we really value and cherish about meeting in schools is actually getting out and about. So really want to thank you guys for all your support and help in setting those up, and the bus. What a nice touch. Mr. Chair, I'll send it back to you and see if board members have questions.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any questions for McCall?
How long has it been since you've been on a bus, McCall?
Not that long. I actually don't know. I don't know. Not too long.
Just
Hopefully.
brief insight into the legislative committee. Basically, our philosophy is we stay in our lane and we try to educate and resist bills that are forcing changes to whatever our content standards are, instructional techniques, and there's a lot of legislators that want to do that, and we try to educate them on what is the process, and that there really is a very wide open and lengthy and vetted process to develop criteria and standards. And the best way to do that is not through MCA. And so but basically a lot of our discussions are we stay in our lane and we let the legislators do their legislation. And again, I echo it, as one of 4 superintendents sitting around the table here, it is just so cool to be able to be in schools, and it feels super appropriate. It is really neat to be at the Capitol and to be in the historic rooms there, but it feels super appropriate that we have as many of our meetings as we can in our schools. All right, well, speaking of superintendents, let's hand things over now to our state superintendent, Susie Hedlund.
Thank you. Good morning. I am also just wanting to say welcome to everyone, and I want to congratulate Superintendent Neeskens. You are very lucky to have such a highly qualified school leader. I'm always very proud to work with you, and you've been an incredible colleague. So glad to see you on the Board of Public Education. I want to thank Superintendent Rispens, the staff and students for having us here in East Helena. I had a lot of fun at the front desk. I saw a lot of my friends' kids and, student that mows my lawn and some of the basketball players. So I got caught up there for a moment, but I want to congratulate the Vigilantes. They had an incredible game just a week ago, had a buzzer beater, and I had the video set from lots of parents, and so I got to see different parts of the game. So I'm very excited for them and their basketball season that they're having. Back to the bus comment. I will say, I rode the bus for weeks when I was the elementary principal in Livingston to help a young lady get comfortable. And I try to keep that to a minimum these days. We look forward to the tours and everything as well. I just wanted to touch base on what's going on with the Department of Ed. I have been in contact with the White House administration, with our congressional delegation, Kirsten Baszler, the superintendent, longtime superintendent in North Dakota. I think that we're very fortunate that she is nominated as assistant secretary. I think she will really keep a good pulse on things for us and represent our western rural states well. She understands our landscape. So, and we've been visiting, so I'm excited to have her there in that direct line of communication. I am traveling to Washington, D.C. to the new chiefs meeting at the end of the month, and we are hoping to have a chance to meet with the new Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, and Kirsten Baszler. I reached out to them individually, and they're also invited to present at CCSSO. So we're really hoping we have a chance to hear more about their plan and what that means. We're really hopeful and hope that we can keep that positivity going. From everything we've heard so far, there's not going to be a reduction in funding to the programs that are critical to our schools in Montana. And that's been part of the reason I've been reaching out, is to make sure that we're advocating for Title I, for Carl Perkins, and all those critical programs to our schools in Montana. So if there's anything else on your radar or that we can check in or get information for you on, please let us know, because we're monitoring all of that closely. School nutrition, for example, USDA said there'll be no interruption in service. So please let me know if there's any concerns, and we can get on top of it and try to get the facts. I know that it's a little bit scary at times with all of the changes. So if we can try to keep the positive narrative, our hope is truly that the funding shift to the states, or the programs shifting to the states, will lead to more funding directly to schools and to increase student outcomes. So we are hopeful for that. I also just want to say that we have been involved in the legislative session, and I'm very thankful for the relationship that we have between the Office of Public Instruction and the Board of Public Ed, with OCHI and others. We've been all working together, as well as with the camps group, with our partners in education to really advocate for education this session, and been working closely with many legislators. So I've supported multiple early literacy and numeracy bills. There's a few different versions going on, as McCall knows. She pretty much lives there. So we stay in close communication, and I've been able to just pick up the phone and call Dr. Tharp or Dr. McLean. So that's been great. We have made sure that educational voices stay strong on Carl Perkins funding through bill changes in that area. On House Bill 745 is one that the OPI sponsored, to require background checks. I know that most schools have this in policy, and it's pretty standard, and a lot of people were like, is this necessary? However, we are one of few states that does not have this in law, and we have had multiple phone calls, unfortunately, that were alarming about folks that are in our schools that have had incidents in other states that shouldn't necessarily be with our children. And so I just want to make sure that schools err on the side of caution. We really want to ensure, you know, schools aren't put in a bad place and our students are safe. It's better to be, you know, err on the side of caution, like I said. We don't want schools to be liable, and so MTSBA did also support us in this effort to make sure that anyone that's going to be with students that are unsupervised has a federal background check. So that's something that we feel very strongly about. We are excited about House Bill 357 to expand CTE funding to middle school. House Bill 300 to protect girls' sports and private spaces. House Bill 252 to increase teacher pay, of course, the STARS Act. We're really excited about all of the components in there, even though it will be a big lift for the OPI. Just as you know, as school leaders, when legislation comes through and you have these huge policy packets to bring to your school board, we have a lot of work to do at the Office of Public Instruction to implement all of this new legislation as well. So I'm thankful to have a team that's been, you know, working already to think about how we will put these processes in place. House Bill 15, which is the school inflationary increase, is really standard. And we always urge that that moves quickly because OPI is responsible to get the preliminary budget sheets to schools by March 1st. And without that being finalized, we have to send them out without the inflationary increase, which is challenging to school districts. And I know very well that that stalls negotiations and budget planning for the next school year and really does impact our schools. So unfortunately, that's held up in the Senate right now. If anybody needs to know what the holdup is on that, it is not our team. We have the news sheets ready to go as soon as that gets through the Senate. The governor is prepared to sign that quickly, and so we can get the corrected budget sheets out. I also just want to mention Senate Bill 525 regarding chaplains being able to work as school counselors. We have worked with the bill sponsor, so we did not oppose that bill because she is agreeable to amending that so that school chaplains can be an additional support, but not in place of a school counselor. And so we're hoping to continue working with the legislators to get that bill amended and to a friendly way. I know we all know how critical school counselors are and what their role is and their background. So we're happy to be working on that amendment and hope to see a good outcome for that so that schools can bring chaplains and other clergy folks in case of crisis or emergency, where students would then have an opportunity to talk to those that they trust with parent consent. So there are many other bills that we are monitoring. Like you said, we have trackers with hundreds of bills, and there's a lot of tax bills that are taking a lot of time from OPI fiscal staff and other departments, but I just wanted to highlight a few and thank our staff. Katie Bloodgood keeps track of all of that and has done an incredible job. If you would like to reach out to the OPI, and Paul Taylor, of course, is just been doing fiscal note after fiscal note, especially with all the tax bills. So we are looking forward to seeing good outcomes this session. I will just transition to some of the work you're going to hear about today. So the accreditation team has been working hard. Later this week, they will be going over and scoring the accreditation. And I know we've invited Sam, and you guys are welcome to stop by. Please come in and see. It's meant to be a transparent process. Everyone's welcome. So thank you, Dr. Mergel and your team, for welcoming everyone to be a part of that process. And we have already talked about moving forward with a rural schools version that we would like to work with the Board of Public Ed on for the future. try to make sure that we have a meaningful process, but also one that's not too cumbersome on our school leaders. So we're excited to bring folks together and have that conversation. The mass planning sessions happened last week and I had a chance to meet with the whole team and those were very productive. I just want to mention that, you know, we are listening to the field and there are a few different pathways for schools to get involved in that feedback loop. There is a third party opportunity and I will let you guys talk more about that later, but we would like to see more districts and school leaders sign up for that opportunity to provide feedback on mass. However, we are receiving it in all different fashions. I'm receiving feedback from colleagues and we are really listening and looking through all of that and working hard to make changes. One big win I would like to shout out for the team is that they have gotten the time of the testlets down. So that's been great, but we understand it's still been challenging and that, you know, there's room for improvement. So we are listening and would like more input. I'm just really grateful to have had the opportunity to meet with so many of our partners in education with the College Board to talk about AP exams. We've met with OCHI multiple times to talk about all of the different opportunities we could have to increase pathways for our middle school math teachers, to doing a P20 newsletter, to, like I said, working together to advocate for our educational leaders and school teachers having a strong voice in how Carl Perkins plays out in the state of Montana. So we're excited about that. We do have team members at SAM also. Dr. Watson, we're thankful to be invited and included in those meetings. So they'll be talking about data modernization a little bit later this morning. I might pop out for part of that. And like I said, we've been maintaining our relationships with our congressional delegation. Senator Sheehy and Congressman Downing have both stopped by the Office of Public Instruction when they were in town. So that's pretty exciting to have them visit and ask how things are going for education. And we've been able to talk to them about these changes at the Department of Ed and make sure that they're in the loop and representing Montana and what's important to our schools. So we're thankful for that. Senator Sheehy and I will be visiting schools this spring to support military families and encourage students that are signing up for the military. So we're really looking forward to that. I would like to see more Purple Star schools and get more information out there about that. As you know, we have federally required homeless liaisons and foster care liaisons in the schools. I would like to see military liaisons in more of our schools. So that's something we've been talking about. And Deputy Superintendent Ron Whitmore, we're in his stomping grounds here. So he's been doing a fantastic job. I am so thankful that he was willing to come out of retirement. I don't know if he ever truly retired. He's always busy on the rodeo board or doing something. But he has been incredible to have at the OPI. And he has been attending the mass meetings. He got a standing ovation in Billings the other day. They were thankful to have OPI back at the table, and we are more than happy to be there and want to be part of that communication loop. We want to hear from our school leaders and make sure that we're being supportive at the OPI. I've attended a Macy meeting as well, and we're looking forward to the funding that we advocated for Macy so that they can have truly meaningful meetings in schools as well and on reservations and truly be effective in their role of advising the Board of Public Ed and the Office of Public Instruction. So we are hoping that our funding comes through to increase the Macy funding and continue the ACT and all of those things. So we've been advocating for that work. I think I have been talking plenty, so I will turn it over to our team as we work through the next steps. Back to you, Dr. Tharp.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Can I ask a question?
please.
Superintendent Headland, thank you for that extensive report. That was great. Could you just speak for a couple of minutes on what expanding CTE funding to middle schools, what your vision is for that and what you hope it will be?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tharp and Member Quinlan. We are looking forward to getting those students excited about those pathways earlier on. And I think that's an area that we've known for many years we could do more work in. So it's more of an entry to explore those opportunities and those different pathways. We have we're one of the states leading the nation in how many pathways we have established. And Shannon Boswell from the OPI and her team are doing incredible work in that. And we just know that we need to get those students engaged and involved earlier on. So more introductory exposure to those programs and to support the schools in offering those classes to our middle school students. So a lot of the funding goes directly to the high school students through Carl Perkins, and the advanced opportunities and transformational learning have some opportunity, but it's also more for the high school students. So we just wanted to make sure that there was support for the schools to start doing more of that exploratory work with the middle school students. And I definitely would love to have the experts in that realm share more with you. But I know from my experience, just figuring out how we can get that rolled out to the middle school students and get them more engaged earlier on was important. So.
Mr. Chair, is there a hands-on or experiential aspect of that?
Yes, definitely. The hope is to get them partnered with industry as well. So as our high school students are doing full-on work-based learning across the state now, just to get them, like a week-long experience or something like that, where they could get out into businesses and industry is the goal, as well as bring the leaders in and the representatives from some of those different fields as guest speakers and some of that work. So
Thank you.
yes.
Question. I know that some of the CTSOs have components for junior high age students, and now I know when I was in Sunburst, I had 6th, 7th, and 8th graders that were involved with some of our FFA work. And so not a bunch of it. Also, Superintendent Headland, is this the first time ever that OPI has had a staff member serving as a legislator?
True. Yes.
Yep, Representative Tillman there.
Yes, we're really excited about Representative Tillman. And so we were excited to champion his bill for the CTE middle school funding. Obviously, that's something he was very passionate about. And so it's great to have him there.
Your question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Tillman. He was my high school teacher in Cascade, Montana, so it started with me.
That's amazing.
My daughter served on the fire department there in Cascade while he was fire chief. So, yeah, very small world we live in.
We got to see Mr. Tillman with the FFA students hosting a bingo fundraiser the other night. So a lot of the OPI team went to cheer him on at that as well. So he wears a few hats, maybe not quite as many as you, but.
So you got several updates here. I'll just let you coordinate your team members coming on.
Okay, thank you. We will start with the assessment update, including the results from the NAEP report card. And when I was able to preview the results and this exciting information, I thought that it would be great for them to be able to share that with the Board of Public Ed, and that hadn't been done recently, as far as I understood. And we also want to make sure they have a chance to speak to Macy, because there is a component of NAEP that a lot of people were not informed about that has a Native student voice on how they feel about their education. So we're excited to also extend an invitation to present at Macy and provide them with those details. So I will turn it over.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Cedar Rose. For the record, last name is spelled R-O-S-E, Assessment Director for the Office of Public Instruction. I will start by giving just a high-level assessment update from March before I hand it over to our NAEP State Coordinator to talk about our NAEP results for this year. On page 149 of your board packet, I have just some high-level summaries of Mass Window 2, as well as just an overview of what's to come with our summative assessments. Window 2 of Mass concluded about 2 weeks ago. We had high completion rates comparable to Window 1, once again hitting over that 95% completion rate, which we look for. We were at the 96 to 97% completion rate, and that's students completing all testlets that are assigned to them. So really great to see, once again, our students completing those testlets with fidelity, which is really a shout out to our teachers to administer those with fidelity. And I think that's really speaking to our teachers finding value in the assessments as we're getting those results back in a timely manner. All of our score reports for Window 2 have been delivered, including our hand-scored performance task. All 68,000 of those were delivered last Thursday. And just to keep that in perspective, we have had performance tasks for writing in the past with Smarter Balance, but this is the first time we have had individual score reports to speak directly to what those students are writing on that have not just been wrapped up with that summative score. We talked about time and data a little bit in the superintendent report. We are showing comparable time and data to last window. Our math testlets in that 50th to 80th percentile for math. We have 10 to 20 minutes for one testlet, so very easy to administer within class period. We have about one testlet for each grade level that's at that 25 mark for fourth grade. It's long division, just happens to be our longest one. And then some of our testlets are at the 25-minute mark for the 80th percentile, but still, even those kids that are taking a little bit longer, easy to administer within that one class period, which is really what we are looking for. Our ELA testlets for Window 2 increased in complexity compared to the beginning of the year testlets. Our 3rd through 5th graders are taking about 20 to 30 minutes, and our 6th through 8th graders are taking 15 to 25 minutes for those ELA testlets. And just a reminder, they take 2 of those testlets in each one of our windows. One thing that we thought was extremely interesting when it came to our timing data, our ELA performance tasks. So our ELA performance task is 5 standalone questions and a writing task that is based on a passage. Most of our students, so 50th percentile for each one of our grade levels, the timing data for that was about 6 minutes. So it's really interesting to look at that data. Like I said, this is the first time we've been able to isolate that time for that performance task. And another interesting thing that we looked at was the 80th percentile. For that timing is just under 14 minutes. So we'll dig into that data a little bit more. Like I said, we just got that last week. So once again, one thing that Mass is giving us is just more disaggregated data than we've ever had. Just a few things that are not in your packet. Since the close of the window, we continue to engage with our educators through a community of practice that are facilitated by our partners at Education First. We are conducting our listening sessions after each window. The superintendent message in her message talked about our large-scale teacher survey. There is an interest link for, we hope every teacher in the state can participate in that. And that is on the OPI assessment webpage. It's on the Mass portal, it's on the Kite Educator portal. So any educators that are interested in participating in that, feel free to fill out that link and we will get back to you if they are selected for that. And then one thing that we are really ramping up as we are going from, window 1 and 2 have really been about the technical support to administer the test, but we are now moving into the professional learning support to what do we do with the data now. So we have moved to sessions specifically designed to support teachers for using mass data to support student learning. We have a session every week from now until the middle of June to support teachers to review the current score reports, make sure they can access them and really dive into, we have this data, now what do we do with it? The Center for Assessment will support facilitation of a policy level descriptor workshop to review our current statements for each of our achievement levels for grades 3 through 8 for math and ELA. All of the board members that are on the assessment committee received an email invitation from me yesterday. We will have board members, we will have educators from around the state joining us for that on March 24th and 26th. So if you are available, we would love to have you for that. And then we are excited to continue recruitment for our educators to join for standard setting, which is kind of the big event as we finalize our first full statewide operational year of MAST. And that will be July 28th through 31st, and that will be at Bozeman High School. We're really excited for that. A few of our other assessments that we have also administered, aside from math, which I know has been the focus for this year. We've wrapped Access for ELL's assessment, that's for English language learners. That wrapped on February 21st, and we are getting ready to prepare for our summative assessments for science and alternate assessments. Those windows are now open, and then our ACT testing will start at the end of the month. So with that, before I hand it over to Chantel with our NAEP results, I will stand for any questions.
You talk briefly about the math science?
Yeah, I can absolutely speak to that, Chair Clark. So as you had mentioned, we are starting to work with our theory of action. So a similar route that we took after we received our first CGSA grant for our original math grant. We're bringing together educators to really focus in on what do we want to get out of that assessment. And so the Center for Assessment, which helped facilitate that work for our first grant, is coming together, bringing our educators, which are a really diverse group of educators from around the state, to start thinking about if we have the ability, which we do now, to change our science assessment, what do we want that to look like? And I think in our first session, it was really interesting as we broke into small groups that our educators are really talking about. We want timely, actionable data that are close to instruction. So we will continue to work through that theory of action as we start developing our science framework. To develop that science assessment, we have a few more virtual sessions, and then we'll bring our educators together in Helena in April to be able to have some on-site planning sessions to really develop and publish that theory of action that will ground our work for science development going forward.
Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Education. My name is Chantel Niederstadt, for the record, Niederstadt. And I am the NAEP State Coordinator at OPI, and I'm excited to be with you today. In your packet, I've provided NAEP information, which begins on page 150 to 173. Today, I would like to provide a high-level overview of NAEP, the NAEP 2024 administration, and the results. NAEP is the National Assessment of Educational Progress, and also known as the nation's report card. It is the only assessment that measures what U.S. students know and can do in subjects across the nation. NAEP allows us to make comparisons among states with trend lines back to 1969. The NAEP 2024 was administered from January to March of 2024 in mathematics and reading in grades 4 and 8, and science at grade 8. Grade 4 and 8 mathematics and reading results were released on July 29. Science will be released later this year. One of the reporting methods is NAEP achievement levels: NAEP Basic, NAEP Proficient, and NAEP Advanced. It should be noted that NAEP Proficient is different from our state assessments Proficient. NAEP Proficient is considered an aspirational goal because NAEP assessments are designed from NAEP assessment frameworks, which do not define on grade level performance and is more rigorous. On slide 153, it shows Montana's participation. There were 230 schools in 141 districts across Montana. In mathematics and reading, our student sample size was around 1,700 for grades 4 and 8. Our student participation was 91% for mathematics in grade 4, 87% for mathematics in grade 8, 89% for reading grade 4, and 87% for reading grade 8. On slide 154, this is an interesting slide because it shows grade 4 students who took the NAEP 2024 were in kindergarten in March of 2020. These students are now in grade 5 for the 2024-25 school year. Grade 8 students who took the NAEP 2024, were in grade 4 in March of 2020. These students are now in grade 9 of this school year. There are several highlights that I'd like to have show on the next following slides, and it does provide the trendline data. The first one is grade 4 and 8. Students performed above the national average in all subject areas, math and reading. The other highlight is higher performers scores increase and scores decrease for lower performers. This trend is not specific to Montana and is seen across the nation. And the last highlight is Montana scores well compared to Western region states. More data is being reviewed and analyzed, such as gaps in gender, students with disabilities, English language learners, and absenteeism. Once compiled, these data will be shared with other units within OPI. Also, I'd like you aware that the American Indian students participated in the National Indian Education Study, which was embedded in NAEP 2024. NIES is designed to describe the condition of education for American Indian students. Results will be available later this year. I stand for any questions.
Thank you. May I have any questions? Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you, Chair. Chantel, you're talking about proficiency in NAEP is different from proficiency in Montana. Can you explain that a little bit more for me?
Yes,
please?
I can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member Schmidt.
Thank you.
Yes, I can. We have our own set of assessment frameworks that we use. So those are different than the frameworks used in the state. So they're not comparable. So when we use that term, we used to, just before the last few years, we used to use the term proficient, but then it started to get confused between state proficient, NAEP proficient. So you'll notice in anything that's published now with NAEP in the last few years, it says NAEP proficient, NAEP advanced, NAEP basic. They specifically put that in front because we use a different set of frameworks, and ours doesn't say and state anything for on grade level.
And Mr. Chair and Member Schmidt, for state proficiency, that is based on the board adopted state standards. And then the cut scores that are provided by Montana teachers, specifically deciding on what proficiency is. And so when we talk about NAEP proficiency, that is a complete different basic, set of standards. When we talk about Montana state proficiency, that is specifically on the standards that Montana has adopted and that educators have defined as this is what proficient means for our students.
Thank you.
Board Member Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a follow-up on that same question. Chantel, you said that they're not grade level, proficiency is not determined as a grade level proficiency. And that perked my interest. So what does that mean? And what's the implication of it?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and Board Member Quinlan. We have, like I said before, we have our own set of assessment frameworks.
Right.
NAEP doesn't look at anything that we do as far as on grade level, because we're looking at skills that we believe students should have across the nation. And so when we look at those across the nation, we don't have anything that would identify on grade level. And you'll notice in a lot of our results, many of our results for not only us, but the nation, many of us fall within that basic level of understanding our students score there, because those frameworks are considered very rigorous. Students have to score very well on the assessment to get proficient or to advanced.
Mr. Chair, without getting too deep on this, so if fourth graders across the country are taking this, then how how do they determine what a fourth grader should know and be able to do? I mean, I realize they don't have content standards for 50 states. So where does all that come from?
We actually have our own set of content standards for
Okay,
each one of the assessments that we give.
thank you.
And thank you for the question.
So I have a follow-up to that. So how does Montana's compare to the national grade level content standards? Have you looked at,
I have not.
I would like to,
Yeah.
that would be
that's great.
interesting to see. It would also be interesting to see the various breakdowns that you talked about too. Will you present those to the board later?
Of course, that I'd be happy to. Thank you for the invite.
No, we have two people that are very interested in doing on the assessment. That's a good question. Anything else?
Free committees.
Sure.
So I appreciate the comparison to the national averages on these, but also, and I also appreciate the longitudinal, 20-year snapshot. I have to say, for the most part, I'm really worried and discouraged on the, significant drop in the lower end. Okay, the bottom quartile. We're 20-year lows on these, and then so those type of interventions, those types of things. I mean, this is fourth grade. They're already that low. We know when we've seen charts before that significantly continues to decrease before graduation, right? So I would love to hear about, at some point, not right now, I don't put him on the spot, but I would love to hear about interventions. And I know there's some legislation about, math proficiency as long as we also have English, but how are we addressing that? How are we trying to reach out to that bottom quartile and figure out how do we lift them up? So they can be in the basic, even if they're at the bottom of the basic, at least they're back at the proficiency in that level, as opposed to this drop. I mean, it's significant, and that really worries me, right? Because I think that also persistence and retention of them in schools and having them as completers, I think all that matters. I think when a child in fourth grade is failing at that, that just keeps compounding in grade year, right, as you're behind. And that's just really concerning to me. So, so I appreciate that snapshot. I wouldn't have been able to see that without the longitudinal data here. So I do appreciate that. But at some point, I would love to hear a report to the board, informational, just, something on, here are some interventions that are working in different districts, like what districts are meeting that and exceeding that, and what districts, and how could that be duplicated throughout the state? So, thank you.
And not only within Montana, but what's working throughout the nation. We don't have to reinvent the wheel.
I guess to build off what Member Singer was saying, there is a noticeable dip in the bottom two quartiles, the 25th and 10th percentiles. However, what is not in this data is how many students that included. Was that 10 students, 30 students, 300, 3,000? Do we receive that information about how many students are actually in those percentage groups?
Thank you, Chair. And board member, no, we don't. Unfortunately, our group moves every year, but we have about the same sample size every year, 17 to 1,800 students. So we could get an idea of how many students shift from year to year. I actually was just preparing the ESSA report card. We're getting ready to post that information on our website. And I could see some of the percentiles as we continue to draft. I could get an idea, but I couldn't get specific with that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, when I was a teacher at a Kudarite colony, I had the pleasure of giving the NAEP test to my students. Is there a way to determine, because we're so unique with our German speaking population, to determine how many of the students were speaking natively another language. So for example, my fourth graders may be fourth graders, but their language use rate is at about a kindergarten level. And they use a version of German that cannot be translated into a different test because it's a different type of German. So I know that throws the report. Is there any way we could get data on, okay, this is from a Huderite colony, these children speak primarily German, they didn't have access to, a test in their own language. I just know as a teacher, I was really curious to see that, because it can skew the data a little bit. And I'm just curious if there's a way to break it down so we can see what are our gen ed students that are native speakers and which ones are not.
Mr. Chair and Board Member Maxwell. Great question. No, part of it. We cannot get specific information about school districts or students. That's where NAEP is different. It's a love and hate from results because many people want to see school specific, but it provides a sample of where we're at as a state. So we will not be able to ever provide that level of information. We don't have every school district in every school in the state take the assessment. So that's very different than getting results from the state assessment. We do have information that I would assume many of those students would be qualified as an English language learner. And I have demographic information provided on that information. And that's part of what I'm going through right now with the gap analysis, taking a look at comparing where our English language learners and our gen ed students are doing. What's the difference in the score? What's the gap between them? And my data is not only showing just us in Montana, but how do we fall amongst the state and the national average too. So I have that information I'm working on right now.
Great.
If a student is at kindergarten level trying to take a fourth grade assessment, then they wouldn't take NAEP because they would not be qualified. We don't have an alt version of NAEP, so they would be opted out. So depending on their level, if they took an alternate assessment, they would not take NAEP.
Board Chair, these students aren't qualified for an alternate assessment because they are cognitively at fourth grade and have completed those grades. They just speak. Their level of English usage is so limited because of their home. They only speak that language. The entire colony does. So the usage of the test was difficult. I was just curious to see if there was a breakdown.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for assessment? Thank you, ladies. Appreciate that. Superintendent Hedlund, your federal report.
Chantal and Cedar. All right, so for the federal report, Dr. Merkel, you and Carrie, don't mind. We have what's in the packet. And I covered quite a bit of that as well, sorry. So unless you have anything new or.
Good morning, Vigilantes. I'm so sorry for the interruption, but we have a huge announcement that we need to make right now involving one of our very own teachers. We want to say a huge congratulations to Mr. Moore, who was named the Class A Speech and Debate Coach of the Year.
So if there's nothing new or
I have a few things.
big to point out, okay, if you want to point out, and then if there's questions, but we'll try to catch up on a few minutes here.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Tharp and members of the board. My name is Carrie Kova, spelled K-O-U-B-A, and I am serving as a senior manager for improvement engagement. And I did have just a couple of updates in the area of federal programs, some other funding program updates, and then leadership positions. I thought about this before. I'm like, well, if superintendent says that, it bears repeating because it's such good news to hear that USDA is moving forward with all nutritional grants moving forward. I just think that's really exciting news. So
Some other news that has hit us a little bit differently is the regional education laboratories and the equity assistance centers. Those contracts with Ed have been terminated at this time. But we've been notified that Ed is planning on entering new contracts to satisfy some statutory requirements to improve student learning outcomes. The Institute of Education Sciences, that contract has also been canceled, and I know that Superintendent Hedlund is monitoring that situation as it affects our students in Montana, our schools. And then our comp centers, 18 federal grant funding comp centers were also removed. Among them was one that significantly impacts Montana is the Ed Northwest, led by the Northwest Comprehensive Center. They have done a lot of work with OPI, and we really appreciated their support in facilitating task forces in content standard revision, implementation of residency program, several different strategic planning and innovation and assessment. But we're hopeful for the future, and but we just wanted to let you know that those centers are no longer in existence at this time. As Superintendent Hedlund said, that on February, I think it was March 3rd, the U.S. Senate voted to confirm Linda McMahon. But the other nominees that are still out there that have not been confirmed yet, Nicholas Kent, Undersecretary, who's coming from Virginia in higher education policy. Jennifer Mascott has been nominated as General Counsel. Kimberly Ritchie is nominated for Assistant Secretary of Civil Rights. As Superintendent Hedlund mentioned, Kirsten Baylor from North Dakota has been tapped for the Assistant Secretary for Elementary and Secondary Education. Just that her strong personalization or her being an advocate, for personalized learning and making sure students graduate ready for work, college, or the military is exciting to see that at the national level. Kevin O'Farrell is nominated for Assistant Secretary for Career and Technical, and Mary Christina Riley is nominated for Assistant Secretary for Legislation and Congressional Affairs. That is all I have to report. I know that Superintendent Hedlund is monitoring all of this. And like she had said, she's going to be in Washington. Is that next week? That's pretty exciting. So more to come, but that concludes my federal update and stand at question. Any questions at this time?
Anybody have any questions?
I would just like to note that there was 4 districts that were working with REL Northwest in Montana, of which Whitehall was one. The other ones were Lockwood, Hardin, and Laurel. And we did have our contract for canceled as far as the work we were doing on family and community engagement. So there was an impact to Montana districts from that agency having their funding cut.
Dr.
Yes.
Member Neeskins, thank you for mentioning that. Yes, we have been talking to the REL and Ed Northwest as well. And we're hoping, like Carrie shared, that some of these are going to be renewed from our understanding and some things are on pause.
Right.
So it is one of those challenges. We have a few contracts coming up, or we had a few RFPs out that some of these folks had applied for example. So we're just kind of putting some things on pause until we get further understanding before we enter into new contracts. But if we can help at all, or specifically reach out about those particular, that particular work, let us know. I've also been talking to REL and Marzano research groups and our partners at Education Northwest, because the federal funding wasn't their only funding stream. So some of them are able to continue the work in other avenues, and we might be able to help support that. So if you do have an impact like that, we would love to help figure out if we can find a path forward for you.
Thank you. I did find it interesting that Marzano didn't reach out to these districts directly, because really Marzano was subcontracting to REL, who was then
Right.
providing the services. So I do think that there's perhaps a path forward where districts could self-fund the continued work or perhaps use like the upcoming literacy grant to fund the work.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tharp and Member Neeskins. I just met with their leadership from Marzano a few weeks before this occurred. And so if I can help get details or, like I said, figure out a plan forward so you guys can continue your work, be happy to jump in and take that on. And yes, I'm thankful. The Education Northwest was really strong in the past. I had the opportunity to serve on Education Northwest previously and was really engaged in their work. And then they went through kind of a challenging time and shift where states broke off. And then it seems like it was maybe just starting to come back together, but not totally. So I'm not sure on that one. That one's a little bit more challenging. They have gone through some challenging times, but thank you for that. Any other questions for Carrie? Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Carrie. Accreditation.
Okay, accreditation. We will have Crystal Andrews. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Tharp, members of the board. My name is Crystal Andrews, spelled Andrews for the record, and I am the accreditation and licensure senior manager at OPI. So I'm here today with a final accreditation update for the year. So I am on page 178 in your packet, and it's a brief overview because I knew a lot of information would come after I needed to turn the information in. So you'll see where we are in the timeline. So for March and April, we are currently doing our data check. Our evaluator training will begin, as Superintendent Hedlund said. We will be in office Thursday and Friday of this week. And we will be starting the preliminary reports and just making sure everything jives and runs smoothly. So far, so good. So the new rubric areas, the letters L through R, the majority of the rubrics introduced this year have requirements that have been in ARM Chapter 55 since 1989. Districts have provided assurances for these areas in the past, and so with this year's accreditation, we're now required to show evidence. So nothing should have been too surprising or new. It's just providing that evidence to show that they are actually doing these things. So a little data for you. Our work sessions I talked about with you last time. We had over 150 scheduled 1-hour sessions with districts, and others were, as we got calls, we would just jump on. So I'd be confident to say that number is over 150, but those sessions were really well received this year. We had a 100% completion rate for all public schools. We had 2 non-public private schools that did not complete, but 100% were turned in, have them in time for our scoring this week. I did send out it's sort of a survey after the work sessions just to get feedback. I mean, we're always wanting to improve. I think anyone will tell you that this year went a lot smoother than last year. But I did want to just share a few comments, if that's okay. And not just the positive ones. I do have some, some constructive feedback, but some of them that really resonated with us started with thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sure that took quite a bit of time, preparation, and dedication to supporting, but it was well worth it. Best thing OPI, your department has done. Thank you. That was very, very well received, and it just made us feel really proud of the work that we put forward, my team and I. Michelle and Ellery, my 2 accreditation specialists, were a great help to me as I finished this year's accreditation tasks and went back into last year's to improve areas where I know we should have scored better based on the work we've done. But the accreditation paperwork did not reflect that. I especially like the summary they sent to me after one of our sessions. Together with my notes, it helped me stay on track with the corrections and additions I needed to make so that I could hopefully do a better job showing all of the great things the district accomplishes. The OPI accreditation staff has been very responsive to questions and follow up with emails with suggestions of data we talk about. Virtual sessions are very helpful, and there's a very quick turnaround time on emails. The accreditation team was super helpful. The team, well, I'll skip a few. The website was significantly easier to use. Specialists were helpful going over information and letting us know what was still needed. Suggestions from the field. I like the Friday webinars that explain the parts of the accreditation process. I would have liked the slide deck available prior to the webinars. Would it make it easier to take notes and pay attention to details that were presented? Great feedback. I think that's something we can easily do. Comment was, please don't change the platform for next year. Another one, the report should be completed before the school year begins, not at the end of February when there's only 3 months of school left. The date for submitting accreditation does not align with all other report periods, making exact date timelines for accountability very confusing. So some things that we can consider and work through for the upcoming years. We will be reconvening with our think tank, hopefully maybe the first week of April. So we're looking at somewhere there, trying to get through this week before I start thinking about that. We have a few new members that have asked to participate, someone representing our county superintendents and one of our larger districts. So a really good group that I'm excited to dive into what our 3-year cycles will look like going forward. And so I will be back in May with our accreditation report for this year, along with the recommendation for what's to come in our 3-year cycles. I'll try to keep it quick. But with that, I stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And I appreciate Superintendent Hedlund's idea about looking at some different approach maybe for the smallest schools. I had 2 districts to do. I know there's a county superintendent who had 4 districts to do, and all good stuff, all things that, you know, we've been required to do, just gathering that evidence when it's just been a checkbox in the past was been a little bit of work, but I'm sorry, I did not respond to the response to the afterwards, but I really appreciated the time spent and those special, you know, 1-hour blocks with just you and an accreditation specialist. I don't know if Julie or Hannah used those times, but I did a couple of them and they were fabulous. Just really eased any of those little questions I had and I took notes right. It was kind of cool. I took notes right on my accreditation stuff. Do this, look up this, and then so when I went back to actually complete it, I had my notes right there to be able to help guide me. So
Because there's the same buttons.
because of the same buttons, yes, very nice.
Sure. Crystal, I wanted to thank you for your work. Once we got into the actual platform, we had some guidance from Lori Barron. It made it super easy to use. This is just an extra thing that I would kiss your feet for. If you're a crazy amount of spare time, I'm sure that you don't have. As a new administrator, I didn't know what I was supposed to be looking for that my school was doing, like these things, like they need to have an IAP program that looks like this, or the things that are in accreditation, because they don't teach you that in the leadership degree, they just don't even cover it. And so it's kind of a learn as you go. If you ever get, a little extra, it would be awesome to have one document, like brand new administrators, you should be looking for these things when you start. Because I look at this and I go, wow, had I known this was, all the aspects, I would have been a lot more, paying more attention as my first year admin. So it was great to have and great to know what our school needed to be doing. So if you ever get extra, it'd be awesome to have just a document like, hey, new admin, this is kind of what accreditation, the parts are. We just need a calendar of what to do as a new admin. It was awesome once we got it together. So thank you for everything you've done for all the districts.
Any other questions or comments for accreditation?
Yeah, how stressful is it to have the Board of Public Ed on a one-on-one? Is that stressful?
Chair Tharp and Vice Chair Slinger, not at all. I was in a different session, and so it was at the gallery and Michelle, and it is just fine. It's great actually to have that, because then you can come back and say, the improvements in areas and work together on those areas, but no stress. That's
I was
not
just
just
worried
stress.
about you. So.
There's a lot of other stress, but not that.
All right, anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Susie, content standards.
Dr. Tharp, we have Marie Judish for standards, and you guys can try to help plan for 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
So we have time for questions. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, board members. My name is Marie Judish. That's Judisch for the record, and I'm the Senior Manager of Teaching and Learning. Today, I have 3 updates for you, but I will keep them short. The first one that you'll see on page 180 of your packet is we will soon be launching a new hosting platform for the content standard. It is hyperlinked within your document. What you can't see happening beyond that is the background work that is already happening with the new content standards. For example, with mathematical practices, we will now be able to have those for the teachers. Will be able to log in, they'll plug things into their weekly plan, so they'll have their standards for the week. Then we can also align videos for professional development, videos for their students, other things to help those teachers with their planning purposes and really take that load off their plates. And also the Indian Education for All guidance will also be tied there so that they can make those connections themselves, or we can give them pathways to connect those as well. So really excited, and kudos to the simple team, which is Standards Instruction and Professional Learning, that they're doing a lot of background work on the upcoming standards and creating those guidance documents. The next component of my report, you'll see the mathematics content standards implementation work. Without Katrina Engelstrom, we would not be where we are right now. She's incredible, and she is our math instructional coordinator who's really taking her many years as a math teacher to the ground, and what do teachers really need to be able to teach these new standards. So you'll see what she already has along with the team that is drafted. A lot of these things are already on the revisions page of the website. So career pathways, there's course code pathways already for the new high school standards, the mathematical practices posters, and she just put up number 5 of the mathematical practices webinars, which are actually aligned with the name mathematical practices, fun fact. And then you'll see the in progress. So working on that K-5 vertical alignment, very specific grade level content standards, proficiency scales, recommended course-based financial literacy extra documents so that you can see the K-12 alignment for them to get that graduation requirement. Many sessions coming up in the Summer Institute for implementing the content standard. She's also been with several different districts as well. And then continued work on assessment strategies, of course, aligned with math and those assessment layouts, the EFA integration, cross-curricular, and all those different components of the program delivery standards. On the top of page 181, I just grabbed one standard of what she has put together for the basic guidance documents for this one kindergarten standard. I don't know about you guys before, but before you read the standard, and I remember when 4th grade standards came out, I had to just figure them out. And so if I would have had this, I would have been in a much better place. So you'll see the standard is Montana K.66 or CC.6. Identify, which is the verb, you'll see that bolded. So that's your verb of what you want them to do. Whether the number of objects in one group is greater than, less than, or equal to the number of objects in another group. We can pretty much get that, but now you also have a proficiency scale of what does that look like? How will you know your students are successful? A little bit more depth of right now, they're not doing the alligators and equal signs in kindergarten yet. We just want to know which ones more or less. Some actual examples of how you can instruct this in the classroom. And then Tina, along with our EFA team, are collaborating on every single standard to get you Indian Education for All aligned information to help support that instruction. And they're doing so in a culturally relevant and non-biased way to make sure that it is honoring our Indigenous people in Montana. So really excited and proud of the teamwork on that and what they're doing as a cross-agency project. And then you'll see, now I can say, since I submitted this, we have officially completed negotiated rulemaking for the English Language Arts content standards. Everything from all the working documents, consensus packages, all the minutes and everything are posted on the website for your reviewing. Our last update did include introducing cursive in the 2nd grade under encoding with that printing. So make sure that we included that under the superintendent's request. And then I have an overall of all the different things. So you asked earlier, Dr. Slinger, about what are we doing in those earlier grades? And while content standards can't fix everything, we are ensuring that all of the content standards are aligned to evidence-based practices. And I see the legislation going through. So we're walking through and making sure all those big 5 components of reading are aligned in a developmentally appropriate manner to get them to reading proficiency. And as we continue to innovate and update our guidance documents and hopefully support our teachers much more in understanding how to teach reading,
I have high hopes that we will get there for kiddos. You'll see the literacy practices in there as well as something new that has not been done in Montana. It's in similar fashion to our mathematical practices that have been around. Just building up to what does the overall literate learner look like in Montana? And then, yes, guidance documents, all the different components we're hoping for the English language arts standards. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Yes.
Marie, thank you for your presentation, and I want to especially thank you for including the example for the kindergarten content standards. First of all, it improved my chances of success and getting it right. But I love the layout, and I'm really impressed with the IFA integration. And I was looking at the relevant resources at the bottom there, and so are folks at OPI writing the IFA examples, or
Yes.
So how does that process work in terms of, and I'll ask a higher level question, but how does that process work in terms of coming up with these integrated examples, which I think are great for schools?
Chair Tharp and Board Member Quillen. The IFA team is collaborating with our math instructional coordinator. We also were working with someone out of the comp center that we are no longer able to work with to bring in that mindset. But they.
Sorry, your time's up.
But they are also working with other professionals around the state, and we're hoping to do some more contracted work with the incredible math instructors we have around the state to make sure that we're having other. This is just one of the different tribal examples they have, but across the 34 different kindergarten standards, they are very different, and it's not all huckleberries and TP angles and things like that we used to see. So excited to continue to expand that and reach more people that have that accurate information.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Tharp and Member Quinlan, can I ask a question? I think it'd be important to make sure we run these through ACT or maybe even utilize their input in lieu of the comp center and whatnot. That'd be really important.
Yes, Chairman Tharp, President, sorry, just got it. Chair Tharp and Superintendent Helena. Absolutely. So these did go in front of Macy when they were initially adopted, but the more we can get and have those numbers, and we are soon to be bringing the ELA content standards to Macy as well for input and oversight on those pieces. But I'd love to get some of those folks on board, of course.
And it's on content standards. All right, thank you.
Okay, we have our annual school food service report, which is always beautifully done by Christine Emerson. And she had the whole team at the OPI working a week ago, was it? Yes. And so they are doing so many incredible things. If you want to hit the highlights in about 5 minutes so we can keep the Board of Public Ed on track, I would appreciate it.
I can do that. Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the board, I'm Christine Emerson, Director of School Nutrition Programs. And our report starts on page 184 of your packet. We go over the revenue and reimbursement for the programs. In 2024, we reimbursed more than $65 million in our programs that are covered in the National School Lunch Act. Our school lunch program is our biggest program. We had almost 70,000 lunches per day served in schools, and that's almost exactly the same number as we had 25 years ago when I started. It hasn't changed much over time, so it's holding steady. Breakfast is increased. We've increased in the number of schools providing breakfast from about 50% in 25 years ago to 94% now. Those programs are, and breakfast, it's been kind of holding steady for a while. We've been at the same rate for a while. Our USDA Foods program provides about 20% of the foods that
the schools use in their school meals. It helps them, keep their food prices low because they use USDA entitlement to purchase the foods. We have one program I'd like to highlight, our, Montana Marinara. We, we're kind of famous for it nationwide. We found a way to incorporate USDA tomatoes. We've worked with USDA to make this item, and we use local vegetables. Mission Mountain Food Enterprise Center processes the item, and then we can ship it. Since it is a USDA product, we can store it in our state warehouse. We could ship it on our trucks with the rest of the commodity goods to the schools. So we found a way to move the local foods through the whole cycle with processing, warehousing, and shipping to get to our schools. And it's a very popular item. We also have a change in 2024. We used to have one summer food service program, but they officially made it, the USDA made it into 3 programs. There is, and they're called Sun programs. There's Sun Meals, that's the traditional congregate meal service, like in the park or in the school during the summer. There's a Meals to Go. It's a non-congregate where we take the food to the children or grab and go. They can take meals home to eat. And then there's a Sun Bucks program where we provide $120 per eligible child to purchase groceries. And so now we went from 1 program to 3 programs to try to help combat child hunger in the summer. So that was, and I also was asked to speak about, there is a change to our programs coming up about the Buy American provision. We've always had this provision, but it's changing a little where schools need to keep track of percentages of non-domestic items they purchase. So we're going to help them. There is a tool that has been developed and will help them with trainings this summer and in the fall. We are the state agency staff are attending a USDA training on Thursday this week about this new change. So we'll work with the schools. It's a phase-in implementation of the program over the years, or the new requirement to keep track. So yeah, they're not used to keeping track of this part with their procurement. So it'll be an adjustment for them. So that's my brief update. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
So in regard to the Buy American provision, it's changing next year so that only 10% of our costs can actually be spent on the on commercial food that is produced non-domestically. A particular concern to my food service coordinator, I'm the one that asked you to speak to that, is the fact that most of our fruits and vegetables are imported from South America, and this is a fact. And there is actually, I have seen a memo dated February 20th that was issued by USDA, which allows for an accommodation plan. Is there plans to roll that out in Montana? Because it looks like each school district would have to fill that out and submit it to OPI for approval, and then because my particular concern is in speaking to US Foods and Cisco, who are my district's largest food providers, they don't even designate in the ordering catalog what is American. And so for us to actually determine what is an American product or a non-American product is almost impossible without them working with us to provide that information. And they are not prepared to do that as our suppliers.
It is going to be a difficult role to implement. Yes, I agree. We'll just help the schools as best we can. We do already have that request posted on our website to,
Yes,
so we're just going to have to work through this and try to get the information we need from like the food distributors.
Is it gonna be possible, Susie, to do a statewide waiver on that?
right.
Thank you, Dr. Thorpe. That's what I was just going
There
to
is not.
jump in on. So we will see what occurs at the USDA meeting on Thursday. And then when I am in DC, I will make sure to advocate for that and see what we can move forward on. I truly believe that the intention is to reduce red tape. And I'm hopeful this helps with some of the challenges we've faced. I know I wanted, my school board wanted to bring in more local beef and it was a lot of hoops to jump through. So I'm hoping that this makes it easier to utilize our local, food sources that we have, but we also don't want to negatively impact schools or create a burden for our school foods folks, that's for sure. I'm sure Vicki and Townsend will give me an earful. So I will make sure that we get ahead of this and see if we can do it from a statewide approach. And then also make sure that there's a firm understanding on the fruits and vegetables. So we'll get on top of that and see what we can do.
And even if perhaps as part of the mass regional outreach that the OPI is doing, I think it would be excellent to include this for the superintendents. Many superintendents I have spoken to don't even know this is coming.
Right. We will make note of that and add that to the mass meeting agenda. And did you talk about the marinara?
Yeah.
Excellent. That's really exciting. And they even have QA friends. So that go with the marinara program. So really excited. It was really fun to hear about the great work that Christine's team had going on.
On behalf of the board, we would like to sample the marinara. And I guess I'd have another question, along with, and of course, support efforts for healthier foods and options and things like that. I was curious about any of, with RFK and the healthier options, if there's anything that they're looking at changing within the criteria, specifically like around snacks or that sort of thing, for healthier snacks.
Well, but we have established criteria for our meals and snack program. And they are being revised with the dietary guidelines for Americans. We are starting to look at sugar, especially with like cereal, yogurt. So we are starting, that's another phase in changes for our program.
I know there are schools that are, and I've been in some that do a fabulous job with some great homemade snacks and fruit and vegetable options, and then other ones, it's quite bluntly processed crap. And it's carbs and sugars, and and it's all pre-processed, and they're giving it to them as a snack, and that's not a good healthy option for the kids. So, curious what other change might be occurring there. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. I was looking at the big picture numbers. So $58 million in revenue from, school nutrition programs. And then there's another, chart in here that talks about 65.7 million in reimbursement and entitlement.
I know
How do those two numbers fit together?
that number wasn't updated. That number on the big picture was a mistake.
So the 58 is low?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. I just noticed that yesterday.
Anybody have anything else for Chris? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just want to emphasize, like, this is a big ticket item for Montana economy and for the importance to school foods and so appreciate the report. Beautiful as always.
Anything else for us?
Thank you, Dr. Tharp. That is a wrap. I just want to say that we are working together to ensure that we're being very responsive to you, the field, to parents. And so we did remove the office hours except for those that were being heavily used, like the accreditation support plan that they had in place. So that goal is to make sure that we have someone available in person at the OPI as well as by phone or email at all times. And so we're getting that put into place. We've already heard from folks that they're being able to get a hold of people more easily. And so I just want to thank the staff for making that a priority and supporting our customers. So that's a big goal that we're working on. And so you'll see some changes, and we're doing more weekly newsletters rather than monthly and all of that. And appreciate your input on what's valuable to hear at the mass meetings. And would just love any further feedback or input on how we can get you information and keep you updated. So thank you for that. And I'm going to stay as long as I can for Dr. McLean always has a great update, and our student report's very important to me, but I do have to pop out to Sam for just a little bit, and I will be back because I look forward to working with Cognia and Dr. Seibert as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Susie. Appreciate all your work. Let's go ahead and take a recess. We will reconvene at 10:30.
We've got the gavel.
Correct, let's go. Jump. Meeting back to order. This is a regular meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. Today is, what is today? Tuesday. Tuesday, March 11th. We are meeting at the East Helena High School, and we'll continue with our agenda. We are on to agenda item number 4, Commissioner of Higher Education, Dr. McLean.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Commissioner of Higher Education this morning. It's always good to be here and to see all of you and to join from the university system, in particular the University of Montana. It's been in the audience. Very good to see you and have you along for these important conversations. Additionally, our friends from Cognia, great to see you, and as always, great to see our partner from the Office of Public Instruction and her colleagues who were with us before. I was going to thank them for their continued partnership, but I'll also point to the superintendent substitute here at the table. Thank you for the work that you're doing and the partnerships that we have with you. And for the members of this board and for Mr. Klattmeyer and for the superintendent herself, I have to tell you, this last 3 months has really been a reminder about the strength that we have in the education community across the state. As I turn on the computer screen first thing in the morning and as I close it up late at night after the hearings are all said and done, it is remarkable to see so many faces that I know come to the table on behalf of the students that we all serve in the different ways that we serve them. So I want to commend you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Klattmeyer, the superintendent, the board members, Ms. Flynn, and the folks from the Office of Public Instruction and from our campuses, and our leaders from the education community all across the state who have made students the priority this legislative session. So next, on behalf of all of us at the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education, I am pleased to signal our welcome to the Board of Public Education to our new board member, Meeskins. We look so forward to partnering with you and conducting this important work on behalf of all of our students. The Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education continues to look forward to the strong partnerships with the Office of Public Instruction around each of the resolutions that we adopted in November and those that we adopted around math with this board, the Board of Regents, and the Board of Education. We are grateful for the opportunities to continue to grow our strong partnership with the new superintendent and her team, and look forward to doing important work on the math pieces as well as all things student access and success. We also remain deeply appreciative of Governor Gianforte and his support of the Montana University system. Our team continues to be thoroughly engaged at this time, as we all are, in legislative activity. One of the pieces we're most excited about at this time where things stand is the subcommittee's inclusion of funding to sustain the 1, 2, 3 program, not only in the NUS, but in each of Montana's community colleges, right, Board Member Slinger, and the tribal colleges as well. We recognize that there's still a long way to go in the legislative session, but we fully recognize that these investments, along with the STARS Act, will ensure stronger pathways into college and career pathways for Montana students. And we're thankful and excited to see these continued legislative investments. The next activity on our college access arc of events is Decision Day, and that is the first week of May. As part of the Decision Day, Decision Week activities, we're encouraging students who have applied to college and have completed the FAFSA to then make sure that they have enrolled for classes next fall, that they've signed up for housing, and they've made the final arrangements to successfully matriculate. And with that, before I close that college access conversation out, I would just remind all of you to remind those that you know that if they have not yet completed the FAFSA, that it is very important that they do so. And then finally, our team at the university system is leading a workforce development tour, each of our campuses across the state. And this tour and the intentional conversations around the comprehensive workforce development programs at each of our 2-year campuses is designed to ensure we're most ready to support more students to cost-effective and time-efficient workforce pathways, and also ensure our readiness in meeting employee and industry needs across the state. And with that, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'll stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Thank you, Dr. McLean, appreciate it. Moving on, item number 5, Governor's Office, Mr. Blattmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank Superintendent Rispens and the East Helena Public Schools for hosting us. It's great to be here. I've had the opportunity a couple times to tour this high school, but it is a pretty impressive facility, and East Helena is very lucky to have it. And also looking forward to the tours this afternoon. The governor supported the charter and early literacy programs last session, and he's had the opportunity to travel state and tour some of the programs himself, but each one of these school districts has taken kind of a unique localized approach to how they're implementing these, and it's cool to see the different models around the state. I know I introduced her at the last meeting, but now that she's officially on the board, just want to welcome board member Neeskens and thank her for her willingness to serve on this important state board. As I said in January, you know, many of us have had the opportunity to work with Superintendent Neeskens as she's been the superintendent in Whitehall School District for some time, and has also served in state leadership positions before. The governor's visited her school before and appreciates when he visited the leadership that she had, not just in the school, but for the entire community of Whitehall and the public-private partnerships that she's developed there for her students. So the governor was thrilled that she was interested and willing to apply for the Board of Public Education and look forward to working with you, Superintendent Neeskens. Since your last meeting, the governor's had several opportunities to visit youth and student programs across the state and also to continue to host them at the Capitol. Last month, he celebrated the winners of the Youth Hunting Story Contest, which is always fun having the kids come to the Capitol to celebrate their youth hunting stories. And a lot of outdoor gear companies in Montana provide pretty cool prizes for those kids. So that's exciting for them. And he also hosted the annual kickoff to the Girl Scouts cookie selling season in the Capitol. And so, yeah, get your Girl Scout cookie orders in. And also last month, the governor hosted a reception at his home for the education committees and the education agencies. I appreciate that the Board of Public Ed and OPI and OG all had representatives at that reception. It was a good opportunity to get all of the education stakeholders together while we're in town for session. Then to round out last month, the governor visited Missoula County Public Schools CTE programs and had to meet with some of the students there. So with the weather improving, he does look forward to getting out to more schools this spring before the school year's over. Since we're in the middle of transmittal break this week and the halfway point of the legislative session, I'll just share a couple of brief legislative updates. I know that both the superintendent and McCall have already kind of given a pretty detailed update, but most of the education bills that we're tracking are in a good position, particularly the STARS Act and the inflationary increase. As Director Flynn said, they've both made it over to the Senate. We're awaiting action over there. Many of us have flagged these bills for Senate leadership, and so hopefully when they get back, those bills will move quickly, and the governor is prepared to sign them very quickly as soon as they get to his desk. Because we know that there's a lot of folks at OPI and OG and DLI and in the local school districts that want that clarity so that they can start implementing those bills. Most of the education bills that we've been tracking have started in the House. And so the second half of session, I think we'll be spending a lot more time in the Senate, which will be good. We haven't been spending quite as much time in the Senate this first half. And from a budget perspective, it seems like Section E of appropriations is going very well for the board and MSDB and OPI and OG, and that those requests in Section E are being supported. Additionally, we're starting to see some confirmations getting scheduled. Those have been a little slow to move, but we are seeing some start to get scheduled. And so the Lieutenant Governor and I are working with McCall just to make sure that board members Schmidt and Maxwell and Neeskens have adequate time to prepare and that we've got proponents there to support you. So far, about 20 bills have made their way to the governor's desk, but none of them that he's acted on have been necessarily education related. There's been some property tax transparency ones and things like that, but nothing directly related to education. I imagine we'll start to see that volume of bills that we're receiving pick up pretty quickly after transmittal here. And then, outside of the legislative session, Mr. Chair, I don't have a whole lot to add. That's consuming about 99% of everyone's time in the calendar right now. But I do just want to, thank and recognize Superintendent Hedelin's, federal update and comments on changes with the U.S. Department of Education. There has been a lot of fear out there, I think, just due to change and uncertainty, but I really do think it's an opportunity for Montana to take a greater role in state education policy and really take the lead at the state level here with these programs. So I appreciate your comments there. And with that, Mr. Chair, happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Quagmire. Questions for the governor's office? I know that there were some comments that were making a circle on the bulletin boards last week about the OPI preliminary budget numbers, and some folks are, so why did we even get these if they're not accurate? Because we don't have inflation, we don't have SARS, and try to let people know it's not OPI. They're doing everything they're statutorily required to do. It's the legislature. As soon as the legislature gets their stuff done, then OPI can do theirs. And so it's just a lot of changes, a lot of anxiety. And I think people are very grateful that the accreditation at least is in the rearview mirror. And so now they're moving on to the next thing to be anxious about, which is the funding. So appreciate the governor's office's endorsement of those funding proposals, and I look forward to those finally getting across the finish line. All right. Anybody have anything for? No? All right. Thank you very much. All right, moving on, item number 6. Mr. Mao, what's with the crutches?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a stress fracture in my foot, just from running, and also mainly from a hard fall I took at the last meet. I'll probably be out for the year for that, which is unfortunate, but I'd rather be ready for our day in June than re-risk, injuring that.
All right.
As for the report itself, 99% of what I'm going to talk about is contained in this packet, which I finally printed for all of you today. It goes over what I've been talking about the last, it feels like 20 board meetings in a row now, and that's the input survey I administered last fall. So I tried to lay things out as nice as possible. It starts with a little summary and then key findings, and then, you know, what some general recommendations to the board. The survey design, its limitations, demographics, it's 2,945 students across 30 public schools. It's 12 questions long. I believe the first 8 are like scaled responses, just because I really wanted to generate some visual data for you all. And then the last 4 questions, I believe, are all, I guess you could call them free response questions, just because I thought it would give more reliable data to you all. And I picked out some responses, some of the best responses I found with all of those questions. Each one of those open-ended questions received about 300 responses, just because they were all optional. You only really had to submit the scaled responses. So if I guess I'd like to go through that real fast, or just some of the key points. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is the first few questions. So question 1 was student satisfaction with extracurricular opportunities. As you can see, it seems generally favorable. Obviously, you're going to have some outliers who don't think that their school provides enough opportunities, you know, regarding any question. And that was kind of the trend with the first few. It's the same with faculty responsiveness, inclusivity, and their satisfaction with their available curriculum. You can see with the curriculum question, I also added in an open-ended question at the end of that, and that's, are there any changes or additions you would like to see to better prepare you for your future endeavors? And I put in 2 long responses that I received there, but that was mainly, you know, our school needs more AP and honors courses. That was coming from students who are at smaller schools. Question 5, I thought was pretty concerning, I'd say, and that was rate the availability and accessibility of mental health resources and support within your school from 1 to 10. I say below, the number of students in the 1 to 5 category makes up around 40% of total responses, and that's not a majority, but it's a concerning percentage of responses that found that their facilities and faculty weren't up to their standard. The next question is understanding the role of the student representative. You can see there's a limited number of responses because this one was not administered statewide. This is just, these are the responses I received at the MESC Fall Conference after I had already explained what the role of the position was. You know, you can see where some bias might
Teaching to
arise
the
there.
test.
Yeah. But that's where students were also asked to leave their email address if they were interested in the position. And I got about 50 addresses out of that, although not to disappoint, we haven't had 50 applicants yet, unfortunately. And then the last scale question was understanding the function of this board. As you might recall, I brought up this exact prompt a couple meetings ago, I want to say last summer, and it had similar results. A lot of students in Montana don't understand the purpose or function of this board. Not to say there's no purpose or function, but just that a lot of students are unaware of how the political process for education making goes in Montana. And then 8 through 12, how's the size of your community affected your experience at school? I would say those responses fell into, you know, some of the more stereotypical responses you might expect. You know, students at smaller schools feel they don't have as much opportunity as students at larger schools do, but they felt more tightly knit. And then students at larger schools felt like their voices were getting drowned out, but that they had the resources and opportunities that kids at small schools don't. Number 9, what do you find the most rewarding and fulfilling? I picked 3 responses there that I saw a couple times. I thought those really captured the best of what Montana students feel like they're getting out of their education. Question 10, what are areas that can be used to better support your learning? I put in 2 there. One was about counseling and the distribution of funding, which doesn't have anything to do with the board, but is still important to understand. And then something about the math department at one kid's school. And then the last 2 I feel are very important, and that's artificial intelligence and cell phone use, especially with the conversations revolving those heating up now. I'd say if there was one word to sum up both of those questions, it would be confusion. There's a lot of uncertainty revolving those 2 topics. Kids either have a policy regarding them or they don't, depending on their school district. But I had the feeling that kids would like to see a more uniform response statewide to use of AI and cell phones in schools. With that being said, the limitations on this is just through the method of how I distributed it. This is going to at least a majority student leaders and high achievers. Those were the respondents I had at hand at the conference, and then with each respondent school student council answering the survey too. That makes up a large proportion of responses, and you can see how that might skew each subject's interpretation. And then, yeah, believe that's all for this report. In other news, selection for the next representative takes place, I believe, this Sunday in Great Falls. It's a limited number of applicants so far. Director Anderson of MASC told me they had like 6 applicants, but I have a feeling that number is going to rise as that Friday deadline approaches, just because I've been hearing and emailing way more than 6 kids. I'm anticipating like 15. So he or she will be joining me at the next meeting in May. That will very likely be my last meeting on this board. And with that being said, I can stand for any questions that the chair or board members might have.
Question for Mr. Mao.
So first off, I want to compliment you on the survey and, on your work on, I think it's outstanding. So thank you for giving us that voice. Second is, what would you like to champion as your legacy from being on the board from the input off the survey plus also your time? I see the 3 findings of actions in the front of this, but if there was something, 1 or 2 items as you roll off the board that you would love for us to keep top of mind and possibly have action items on in the future, what would those be?
Yeah.
And I know I've given you a lot of time. to think.
Oh, geez. Well, first of all, I might answer the first thing you brought up, and that's that while it's not my job to vote on what you guys do with this information, I think it's extremely important that you have it, even if it's just really basic and, you know, there's only 12 questions in here. I mean, these are the responses of real Montana students, and that's important. That's what this board is all about. It's supposed to be about the students. So I'm glad you guys appreciate that information, and we'll work hard to make sure that the next student rep also understands that's important too. So I guess what I would want, I don't know, you said my legacy, that seems like almost too important. But I guess it would sort of fall along like these lines. I think this board can't reliably do much if they don't have like the opinions of actual students, whether that comes in this form or in the form of having a panel in front of you guys. Information is the key to, you know, success. So making sure that the student representative is able to give you guys accurate and a plethora of information about students and what they think is, that's what I want to be my legacy going forwards. And it's something I hope applies to every student rep. Yeah.
Thanks for the report. This is really useful data. Were you able to get a sense on number 12 regarding cell phones, if most students supported cell phone bans of some kind, or if they were against it, or if it was pretty evenly split?
So that's something, oh man, that would have been nice to put in here too. At the MASC conference, we voted on whether or not MASC as a whole would, you know, move to be in support or denial of a cell phone ban, and it was in support of. It was close. It was like a razor thin margin. I don't have that information with me right now. That again would have been nice to put in here, but the general opinion of student leaders in Montana is that they would be for a cell phone ban. And I think that's the trend I observed there. Districts with a cell phone ban, I mean, like peeling off of that is really hard for a couple weeks, but then afterwards, kids are able to see that it's worth it and it's paying itself back in the long run.
There.
Thanks.
Have a question?
Actually, I was gonna follow up on that same area, Gavin. What do you think maybe some next steps, in terms of surveying students about the cell phone ban? And you partially answered that for Dylan, but,
do you mean like the next step? I'm sorry.
well, I guess I'm thinking about the board and its role. We don't have a role in banning cell phones, but we have a role in having an understanding of how cell phone usage and ability to have access to cell phone impacts students. And so I guess I just wonder if you have any, based on the survey and the work that you did, do you have any thoughts on like what we might do next, or what a group of students, what kinds of presentations they might do for the board? And it's just a wide open question, so if you have some thoughts.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, well, I would start by, you know, obviously not doing all of this as a whole, but obviously focusing in on cell phone use more specifically. And I guess I would try and understand how students have responded to cell phone bans so far. how it's going in districts that don't have a cell phone ban. I wouldn't have all of the academic data to find any correlation between the two, but I'm sure it exists. And I would just dig deeper into this subject with, I guess, more specific questions, guided again at districts that have a ban and ones that don't. If that answers.
That's great. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your work on the survey. And your response rate is great. That's pretty,
Yeah, I think
pretty
so.
high.
The board members. Dr. McLean?
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thanks so much for the great report and to have this to take away from today. I really appreciate it. One of the things that struck me was when you said it's an extremely important survey, and it's extremely important that we have it. And it prompted me to think back to just a couple of weeks ago when I was watching a hearing on House Bill 599 about data collection and some opt-in, opt-out pieces around that. And I was thinking about how the youth risk behavior survey was discussed as a part of that hearing. And I was thinking about the importance of that data around everything from cell phone use to vaping. And I couldn't agree more with you, Gavin. I think that survey results like this, as well as the youth risk behavior survey, are very critical, I think, to policymakers and to lawmakers that we have it. And my only comment here is that I think it would be very important, I think, for you and your fellow students in the student council group across the state to engage as these data collection bills surface in the legislature. I think that's a real opportunity for you young people to weigh in, to make sure that we have the opportunity now and in the future to glean insight from valuable surveys like this, as well as the risk behavior survey. So thanks for the good work, and commendations to you and all of the student leaders across the state for taking the leadership on collecting it.
Yeah, thank you. I can certainly bring that up at a meeting this summer.
Any other questions? Very well done. Really appreciate that survey and your time and effort put into that. Excellent information for us to guide us going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody have said anything else for Gavin? You get yourself healing up and feeling better. It broke my heart to see you coming in on crutches.
Thank you.
All right. Move on. Item number 7, and we'll have to go for our Macy liaison, board member Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pretty excited to step into a new role of the Macy liaison. I'm hoping to build some strong connections with the beautiful women you see over on the screen over there, Jordan. I am pretty passionate about IEFA. I have 3 children that are Native descent, and I get to watch, from a pretty unique perspective as a Caucasian mom, I get to watch my 3 kids go through school in a primarily Caucasian school, and I get to see how we can better incorporate their culture and the other cultures of Montana in education, so that's part of what our kids know and are learning. I'm really excited, and I hope that I can continue to grow in this role so I can be supportive with Macy and its efforts in getting our education for Native American cultures into the school in the best way possible. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jordan.
Good morning, Chairman Tharp and members of the board, old friends and new friends. My name is Jordan Langford Forster Sikbian Nitha, which means Bright Trail Woman. Our last Macy meeting was held on February 5th, and we received updates from Tribal Student Achievement and Relations, EFA, Comprehensive Support and Improvement, and federal programs. Our next Macy meeting will be held Tuesday, March 25th at 1 p.m. and it'll be following the conclusion of the Best Practices Conference in Helena. So that will be at the OPI building at 1 p.m. I'm working right now to solidify that agenda, and I'm hopeful that I'll be able to send it out by the end of today. In mid-February, I attended the North Carolina, what they call SACE, the State Advisory Council on Indian Education. And it was very interesting to see how they operated and I walked away with a bunch of new ideas for us moving forward with Macy. So it was very interesting to understand their functions and operations. Personally, just information, last week I was appointed to the United States Commission on Civil Rights, and so I will serve for the next 4 years as a Montana representative on that. I look forward to continuing working with McCall and our new Macy liaison, who I've not officially met with yet, but I believe I will be around in May for that meeting. So I look forward to that, as well as continuing working with all of you and Superintendent Helena. I also received a request from Ivan Small to be a part of our continuing discussions after Macy formally presented our recommendations to both the Office of Public Instruction and the Board of Public Ed. And I would recommend Ivan, Mr. Small, being included in those continuing conversations. He, like all of us, cares deeply for academic student achievement and academic student improvement, especially for our American Indian population. So I think he would be a great one to have along for the conversation. And that's what I have for you today.
Thank you, Jordan.
Anybody have anything?
Mr. Chair, just comment. Congratulations, Jordan. That's a wonderful appointment. So you'll represent Montana incredibly well. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Maxwell. All right, thank you, Jordan. And look forward to seeing you in Great Falls in a couple months.
Sounds good. I actually have something for you, and it's related to the Bobcats. So.
All right. All right, we'll see you then. All right, moving on, item number 8. Our next 3 items are under the Charter Committee. I'll hand things over to Dr. Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First up, at item number 8, an update on the Community Choice School Commission. I believe we have a sit-in for Tricia, and we welcome you and look forward to your update.
Thank you very much.
You can introduce yourself.
Yes, Chair Tharp and members of the board. My name is Kathy Kinchelo. I'm the new Director of Planning for the Commission, and that's Kathy with a C. Last name Kinchelo, K-I-N-C-H-E-L-O-E. So as I mentioned, I am a new hire. This is day 2 for me as the Director of Planning for the Commission. I am extremely excited to begin. And yeah, just an update. So since our last meeting, Chair Schreiber noted the award of the grant. So that grant was awarded to fund a staff position. And since then, the Commission voted to approve the hiring of the director, approved a job description, and went through the proper channels under the call and the state HR to approve the hiring. And here I am. So.
Congratulations.
A bit of a background on me. So I was a prior commission member and have since resigned from the commission to fill this position. And I also professionally bring charter school experience. So I actually began as a teacher in a charter school and served in leadership positions under charter school management organizations for years. So I have contributed to the opening of 9 charter schools in my career. I've worked in over 16 charter schools in 4 states. So bring quite a bit of experience in different charter law and implementation, and I'm very excited to bring that experience to the commission and as we roll out our policies. Yeah, so just a little bit more about the role. My primary responsibilities would be to implement the law, so getting together our contracts and all supporting documents, applications, etc. Also, a big part of the role will be providing training and resources and prepping those for potential school founders and boards. And most recently, I guess, or most applicably, also we have a Senate bill going through, Senate Bill 177, which will allow the commission to accept public funds and funds from private individuals. So as you may know, we are currently not funded with state funds. So specifically, the funding from public organizations allows us to apply for what's called the Charter School Grant Program out of the U.S. Department of Education. But there are millions of dollars in funds available for that in order to support the startup year for schools. So Lots of work to be done then in just getting facilities, staff, getting all their procedures together, preparing curriculum. So that would make a significant difference for the support of those schools. One other update on the lawsuit. So oral arguments did occur at the end of February, and we are hopeful for some sort of ruling within the next few months. That is all I have. And stand for any questions.
Well, first of all, welcome. It's great to have you here. 2 days in, you're doing a great job. So that's great. I mean, gosh, you already presented here. Check the box. So I welcome any board member questions at this point.
Note this is an unusual situation where technically it's our employee, but we don't do anything if they're, but a call does. So it's one of those weird things that administratively attached to the Board of Public Ed, so.
Well, thank you so much. See no questions, so I appreciate it very much. And we'll move on to the next item. So item number 9, the board will see that we have an action item. Bozeman School District Board of Trustees have requested for dissolution of the Bozeman Online Public Charter School. This is, you'll see the letter in there. These were approved last year. And I see that we have Superintendent Betcherman. Thank you, sir. And I will turn it over to you to give us a little background.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your time today. We are unfortunately moving forward or requesting a dissolution of the Bozeman Charter School. I'll walk you through that a little bit. A reminder that Bozeman Charter School was launched post-COVID. It was initially approved under the old rules of charter schools in Montana. I believe it was the first Montana public charter school. We've had a charter program in the Bridger Charter Academy for a long time, but this was the first charter school. That was approved in March of 2021. Then in January 19th of 24, your board approved via House Bill 549, the Bozeman Charter School in the new rules. That contract was approved with a 1-year delayed start. The box, as we call it, did not operate during the 24-25 school year, and we anticipated it in the contract of opening next year. A reminder of the box, it was grades 3 through 8. It had a remote AM component, and then students came in person in the afternoon. It was operated with 3 different pathways. We had some students that were remote only, some who did remote plus expeditionary learning within the community, and then other students who did remote expeditionary learning, and then the afternoon sessions, which were really an MTSS model, providing students what they needed. The pillars of the box where it was competency-based, it provided expeditionary learning, and it was very flexible for families. The reason for dissolution, approaching the 24-25 school year, we are anticipating less than 40 students in grades 3 through 8. We were not going to meet any of the basic entitlement thresholds. The program itself, because of small class size and expeditionary learning and some of the pieces that made it unique and appealing to families, also were cost prohibitive to run it with less than 40 students. We also saw post-COVID that most of our families were preferring 5 days of in-person instruction in our brick and mortar schools. We saw barriers in the box for parents providing supervision in the morning for that remote instruction. That was a pro and a con. For families who loved the box, that became part of their family culture, and it was part of the appeal to being in the box, was that remote instruction in the home in the morning and then coming to school in the afternoon. That also prevented barriers for many working families who are unable to access the program due to the supervision required. We tried to problem solve around that, and with very small student numbers, didn't see the fruits of trying to move forward with a multi-level hybrid instruction approach. We already had families or teachers who were teaching multi-grades in the box, and then having them manage student learning in person and hybrid at the same time was not something we chose to do. You might ask where the kids went. So it last operated in 23-24. We did not operate it this year. During 23-24, there were about 56 total students that were enrolled at any given time during the school year. Of those 56 students, half of them, 28, moved back to our brick and mortar schools and are enrolled this school year. 8 students or 14% went to homeschool. 7 students or 13% unknown. We're not sure where they landed. We haven't received records requests for them. 5 students went to public schools in state, mostly in the area. We had some students coming to the box from Livingston and other places. 5 students moved out of state, and then we had 3 students attend private schools in state, totaling that 56. So half the students stayed with us, and half the students went other places. We do have a few of those students, the public in state, attending the Missoula Charter School that's fully online. With that, I appreciate a couple things. I appreciate House Bill 549 and the ability for public schools to innovate under that charter umbrella. I thank you for the approval of our initial application. I thank you for your consideration of the extended start, and that was approved in the contract. And I thank you today for moving forward with the dissolution of the Bozeman Charter School.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. At this time, is there any questions for any board members? Mr. Broadmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Superintendent Bertram, Dylan Patmeyer here with the governor's office. So this was, I'm not super familiar with this application for the Bozeman Online Public Charter School. So was this largely online based? You made it sound like it was hybrid, and then were there legislative hurdles with House Bill 549 that are causing you to close this down, or was that not primarily driving this?
No, I don't think there were legislative hurdles. To your first question, yes, it was primarily remote instruction and core subjects in the morning, provided online, and then students would come in the afternoon for expeditionary learning in the community, connecting the dots between what they were learning in the morning and workplace development and what happens in our community. And then they also came to school for differentiated support on academics and also social emotional learning in the afternoon. That was the model. The barrier for us was really enrollment. That model worked really well for some families right after COVID who took them a while to be comfortable with the brick and mortar setting again. It also was working really well for a small group of families that traveled a lot or needed flexibility and that remote instruction piece. It just didn't generate enough interest to be able to sustain the program. The legislative hurdle was the basic entitlements. We felt that the basic entitlement numbers of 70 at K-5, 20 in a middle school program, or 40 at the high school were very fair and very doable, but we really needed those basic entitlement dollars to help make the program work, and we didn't meet those thresholds.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion. Please proceed. I move to approve the Bozeman School District Board of Trustees request for dissolution of the Bozeman Online Public Charter School.
Hearing the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Quinlan. Board discussion. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Casey, appreciate the added work that you guys went through. I know that the application was a lot of work and everything that you put into this, and I'm sure you're doing everything possible to try to accommodate those other students. So I appreciate your work.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Number 10.
Item number 10, an action item with Jefferson County School District Board of Trustees request for dissolution of Jefferson County Public Charter School. Superintendent Wilkerson, could you give us any comments you'd like to make to the board?
Basically what happened here was our charter school, the Jefferson Academy, was for high-risk students. We have the what was formerly the AYA school through Youth Dynamics, which is now run by the Yellowstone Boys and Girls Ranch. Traditionally, they had 20+ students at that facility. We were going to identify high-risk students here at Jefferson High School. Recently, well, the last year and a half or more, due to personnel issues at the AYA school, they are unable to house 20 or more students, and the enrollment there is about 9 to 10 students, and a very transient population. And so with their smaller population now, we are unable to meet the 41 student threshold that's necessary to have the charter school. And so we are asking for this dissolution at this time.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions for Superintendent Wilkerson? Seeing no questions, Mr. Chair, I'm willing to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the Jefferson County School District Board of Trustees request for dissolution of the Jefferson Academy Public Charter School.
Here's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Board Member Schmidt. Board member discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And also, Eric, I appreciate your work to try to accommodate these students. I, years ago, worked with Shody Youth Ranch, similar sort of a setting there, and trying to figure out any way possible to accommodate students in those high-risk settings. And I appreciate your efforts in this area.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Mr. Chair, I turn it back to you, sir.
All right, we have one more item here this morning, and I'll hand things over to the Accreditation Committee. Accreditation Chair Quinlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are set up for as much of as a 1-hour discussion here this morning on the joint accreditation proposal for Cognia accreditation to serve as a joint accreditation process with the state public school or not public school, school accreditation process. So we have three or four members coming to join us here on the panel. I'll leave it to each of them to introduce themselves. I did want to point out that for board members, a printed version of both the Cognia MOU and the joint accreditation crosswalk, I'll call it, that the Office of Public Instruction put together are in your folders, and it can also be found for board members who want to look online, and for the public, it can also be found on page 313 of our board packet, which is item 24, which tomorrow we'll be following up on this panel work today. So at this point, I'll turn it over. Well, let me just say, we've been working for a couple of years with Cognia to see what we can do in terms of recognizing Cognia accreditation for those school districts that have pursued it. We have approximately, oh dear, I wrote this down, you know, I've misplaced it. We have 42 schools in Montana that are currently accredited under Cognia, and Dan Cyber can speak more to that. But it would be a process for those schools that have been accredited to have that be a joint process now with the state and recognize the Cognia accreditation. So with that, I'll turn this over to our panelists, and somebody could choose to start talking first.
Thank you, Chair Tharp, Madam Chair Quinlan, Julie Mergel, spelled M-U-R-G-E-L for the record, Chief Program Officer at the Montana Office of Public Instruction. Feels great to be in the 227. I'm married into the 227. And I do know after morning announcements that my daughter will be picking up her graduation gown on March 17th.
And I look forward to the trip down to Eastgate where I did my student teaching and have not walked those halls since 1993. So a shout out to all of those teacher leaders that got us off to a great start. So I'm cheering for Mr. Cloker this morning as we go through accreditation. I'll let these folks introduce themselves and then we do have prepared for you a quick overview of kind of this joint process. But over to you.
Crystal Andrews, ANDREWS, Senior Manager of Accreditation and Licensure.
Daniel Sybra, SYBRANT last name, and I'm a Senior Regional Director for Cognia, lifelong Montana educator, started in Pryor, Montana in 1981, so I've been around.
Good morning, Barbara Jane Paris, PARIS, for the record, Regional Vice President for Cognia. It might be clear that I'm not originally from here, but I promise I got to the 227 as fast as I could. And I don't know if our colleague is able to introduce himself. We do have Brad Weaver with us.
I'll just need to promote him. Give me 1 minute.
I swear he's there somewhere. But Brad Weaver is our Vice President for Policy at Cognia. So thank you for having me.
I'm trying to promote Brad. Brad needs to accept the promotion. There we go.
Please don't give Brad a promotion.
I'll let you take it over, Brad. He's in now.
There you go.
Hi, sorry everyone. I was not expecting this, but BJ, thank you for the introduction. It's wonderful to be here. So thank you.
So Chris, can you share the presentation? So in your board packet, starting on page 307, there is a document that kind of outlines the joint accreditation process proposal that we've prepared for you. And so we've kind of taken that document and prepared some slides to kind of go through each of those elements as a quick overview, and then certainly turn it over to our colleagues at Cognia to also add any information to that. So I will just kind of give you a quick look, thumbs up to advance. So as you kind of go through that document, there's a section on the far left-hand side that kind of puts us into different categories. So the first category I think is just really important is to understand that what does it mean to accredit schools and where does that authority land? And that is in MCA 20-7-102, which states that each school must be reviewed by the superintendent of public instruction, and that the Board of Public Ed must establish the recommendations and approve those recommendations from the superintendent of public instruction, and we must notify the accreditation status for the school years to each district as it occurs. So this is where this authority really resides, is within this statute. So that is kind of outlines that process. And it also references, right, the standards of accreditation, which is in one of our favorite chapters, ARM 1055. And so that you'll see here, you guys, I put, Chris, go ahead on the next slide. Just a quick picture of a reminder of you guys, all of the standards that are within chapter 55. And so it starts in chapter 600 there on the general provisions, but then moves into the 700, school leadership, educational opportunity. But I present this here because there's quite a few program area standards that we don't necessarily always get to beyond assurances because we generally do desk audits of our accreditation. And many of these areas would require more of an on-site review to get into the depth to really understand that. So as you start to look at in the program area standards in the 10s, the 1055-10 all the way up to 23, there's a lot of standards within this chapter of work that we normally don't talk about. Next slide, please, Chris. So we wanted to talk about, you know, does ARM 55 already have built within it the authority for a joint process to occur without requiring for ARM to be edited? And the question to that is yes, because under ARM 1055-6012, The Board of Public Ed and the superintendent establish the procedures and the schedules for reviewing the accreditation status. So if the superintendent and the Board of Public Ed decide that they want to allow a joint process, that would be permitted within this rule. It would mean that school districts would voluntarily seek to do a joint process between OPI and Cognia, and they would be responsible for the financial component of that to do so. So this mirrors very much like what we do in our college teacher preparation programs, where we have state-only process, where the OPI would be responsible for reviewing all of the standards and rating those. And then we also have joint process, right? Where the OPI does a certain component and then the national accreditation firm does the other portion. That's what we're proposing here, is to do a joint process with Cognia. So it wouldn't be all Cognia and all state. It's all state or a joint process between the two of us. Next slide, please, Chris. Looking at cycles. I think this is really important to note here, a couple of things. Under statute, we are permitted to review accreditation within 1 year, 2 year, 3, 4, or 5. And we have for a long time been reviewing every school on an annual basis, but statute does permit it to be all the way up to 5 years. Except if you're doing multi-year accreditation, it can only be granted to schools that do maintain and are in compliant with 20-4-101, which is about the systems and definitions of teacher and specialist certification. So that's really important to note. If a school chooses to participate in a joint process with Cognia on a cycle of 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, right? They still have to maintain that their teachers and their educators are licensed. And so I just really want, and that's also pertains to us as we consider moving to starting next year to go to a 3-year cycle. If we do that, that still maintains that has to be held to be true as well. So I just wanted to kind of note that because I think that's really important that would have to still be true. We would maintain the same categories of accreditation that are currently within ARM. And so whether the schools are going through the state only or the joint process, these would be the 4 statuses that we would maintain. Next slide, please. As you guys know, there are 2 things that add up together to give us the overall accreditation status. So there's assurances. That's all of the standards that are being met in that couple of slides ago, right? With all those standards that are listed, those are the assurance standards. But those are added to another 50%, which is our student performance standards. So those 2 together add up to give us the overall category. We would recommend for this proposal to also do that, where you keep the assurance standards for 50%, added to the student performance standards for 50% to get your overall component. Next slide, Chris. And this is kind of how it works, right? Where you get what happens to you in assurance standards added to what happens to our student performance standards to get the overall. We would maintain that because that's what's currently in ARM in the 600s. Next slide, please. So in terms of the joint process, state-only process, just to be really clear what we do on the state-only process for our schools that we're working on very diligently currently this week, is all of those assurance standards over there are the pieces that school districts are submitting, whether it's data or evidence of how they are meeting that. The second part is the student performance standards. And student performance standards mean the measurement of the performance of proficiency on annual state assessments and graduation rates. And that's currently on hold this year because we've been transitioning from SBAC to MAST as part of that process. So we're adding that in from last year of what we had for student performance, but it was not based on the state assessment scores because we were in a pilot and kind of on hold, if you will. So that will be a piece to talk about with the think tank and the next group moving forward of what that student performance piece will look like. But those are the 2 pieces that come together. Next slide. So then we took that thinking and said, okay, if state only is all these assurance and all these student performance stuff, what would be the things that Cognia could do? And what would be the things that the state has to maintain doing? And what would be the reason why we would need to keep those at the state and not have a full Cognia process? Why does it have to be joint? So it really came down to three things. There are some federal requirements we have to assure at the OPI. There are some assurances that we need to gather, like EFA, that you're implementing EFA. And there are some things that require data for us to come through IC. So I wanted to give you just a couple of examples about what I mean by that, so that you can see why we are proposing that those stay at the OPI. So next slide, please. So here's a federal requirement. So this is a look of just a snapshot of the criteria reference guide that we have for one of the components, which is the ISAP, the Integrated Strategic Action Plan. Well, the Integrated Strategic Action Plan is a requirement in our ESSA state plan that schools must have an Integrated Strategic Action Plan. And for many of the federal fundings, whether it's Perkins or Title I or homeless, you have to also do what we call comprehensive needs assessments to determine what your needs are to set your goals. And so those are things that are within our system that we need to ensure for federal programming. Next slide, Chris. So you can see here, this is some of the language. In particular, we utilize these documents as part of the criteria for exiting any schools that have been identified under the federal accountability system for comprehensive, targeted. And so because of that, right, that's a really important piece that we maintain those federal requirements for those federal dollars, that piece would stay with the OPI. Next slide, please, Chris. So here's a data requirement. So this is a piece that all of this data is inputted into our state information system. This is regarding the professional development plan. Well, there's certainly pieces of the professional development plan that Cognia could do, reviewing the plan. But there's a portion that requires data. We have to collect if the, are we ensuring that there's 3 pupil instructional days, PIR days, that there's 6 hours of contact time during those PIR days, and that there's no fewer than 2 hour blocks of contact time, and that it's not scheduled to convene at the same time as pupil instructional days. And so we gather that data, next slide please, through our state AIM system. We look at the calendars to be sure that's in there. And so that's data that we have that we can then determine that that school has met that particular component of the standard. So this is kind of what it looks like on the next slide. The information, you know, is laid out for what has to happen, but then they have to go in and they have to certify that these things are happening, right, in the actual platform, and then they have to sign. And this is where the data lives. So the data gets inputted over in AIM, it gets transferred over to uploaded, I don't know all the tech terms, uploaded, integrated over here to the platform for accreditation. And then our school districts actually go in and check it and be sure that it's accurate and it's right. And then they have to certify that, yes, that's the data, and we are signing that that is accurate and does represent what is happening. So there are a few components that require this kind of data that our districts have to input, and then our districts actually have to certify that it is accurate and does meet that piece. Next slide, please. Here's an example of an assurance. So EFA, we have to assure that our schools have identified how they're funding and support the constitutionally declared policy for EFA. Next slide, please. So this is actually in the accreditation platform where districts go in and they certify that they are providing certified personnel and students that meet this requirement, and that they are utilizing EFA instruction that's been developed cooperatively. And next slide. And then they kind of have to say, how are we spending our money? So they have to identify and check here. Next slide. And then they actually have to sign off and certify that this is how they are implementing EFA and how they are spending their EFA funds to meet this constitutional mandate. So that's kind of some examples, if you will, as to why we are recommending a joint process
rather than a full state and a full Cognia is because there are some federal requirements. There are some assurances that we have to gather, like EFA, and there's some data components that require some data input and some data certification. So next slide. We went through that and thought really thoughtfully about, so if we remove all of those things that don't require the federal, the data, or the assurance, what are the other standards that Cognia could be responsible for in the joint process? So they could be assessing a proficiency-based curriculum. They could be looking at, are there assessment plans? Are there professional development plans? They could be ensuring that some of these things are happening, like strong mentorship and induction, and that the school system has an evaluation tool that is helping them with teacher effectiveness. They have a great tool for school climate. I'm sure Danny could speak more to that, but they have surveys that can go out and talk about school climate. And they can actually go and observe, like, what is the school climate? Talk to students, talk to teachers, talk to families about that school climate piece. They certainly can talk about some of the pieces around, are there opportunities being provided? And as I spoke about earlier, the program area standards, they can actually go in and see some of this. So here's a couple of examples of the benefit for what Cognia could bring to our school districts is around this school climate piece, right? Does the district have a school climate? The next slide, please. Measuring the school climate. Do we have a description or evidence that they've gathered and what they're doing with that data? And then how is that rolling out? So when you actually look at ARM on the next slide on 1055-801 for school climate, there's a lot of things in here that really, there could be more gathered that Cognia could say, you need to keep doing those things because we saw that in your data, we saw that in your surveys, and we experienced it in your classrooms and your students spoke to it so that the school district could hear very clearly, right? Those are things you want to keep doing and maintaining and enhancing. But here's maybe some areas where you could really do some things to help improve in your school, school climate, right? Based upon all of those different components that they see. Versus for us, what we see is, you go to the next slide. We ask them, did you do a data survey for school climate? What is that data telling you? What steps are you going to take? And then we ask them to assure by checking that they do these other things. Versus with Cognia, they could actually go in and see evidence of that occurring at a deeper level than we are able to in our current process. Next slide, please. And so we would just take that information, and Chris will talk a little bit more about that, but we would then input that into the platform. So we would get a score from Cognia on the school climate, and we would go in and put that in there. Is another example on the next slide is the math program area standards. So this is a lot about, right? Provide a well-articulated curriculum that challenges students' learnings in more sophisticated mathematical ideas, provide conceptual mathematical understanding, as well as factual knowledge and procedural facility, include the following practices, create, enrich, maintain, and adapt. Currently, all we can do is ask a school district to assure us that. I want you to imagine how burdensome it would be for a school district to have to demonstrate evidence of that they are delivering mathematics content standards within these conditions and practices that are within our program area standards. Versus Cognia could go and observe some classrooms. They have a great tool that has like student engagement in it and could really get a look at in mathematics classrooms. Do we see students having opportunities to engage in this way? And so that's another area. So I just wanted to take some time to just kind of lay out for you, like what statute provides for us. Is there ability currently in ARM to do this, a joint process? And what would it look like? If we were to go to the joint process, what would stay at the OPI and why? And what could be some of the opportunities moving forward for Cognia to be doing this alongside the OPI for some of our schools? I'll let Crystal kind of speak to just what the scoring mechanisms would look like that. So over to you.
So as you can see, these are the rubrics from last year, and the one that's circled would be something that Cognia could be submitting. And so they would get us, like Julie said, the score for that component, and that my team would then put that in for that district. Next slide. For this year's component.
Can you, for those of us who can't
I'm
see
sorry,
that far,
that was
can
the
you tell us what that was?
Yep, that was family and community
Okay,
engagement
thank you.
from last year. And then this year, it's really all of the rubrics minus the graduate profile. So anything that was done, curriculum, assessment, professional development plan, mentorship and induction, evaluation and school climate. So again, they would, get us their score, any comments that they would like to have, within our system, and we would put those in for Cognia. Sorry, next slide. And that's where it would be inputted. So we would just, say we give the 4 from Cognia, any comment that they would like to have put in there, and then we would submit and certify for them. Next slide. So this would really carry the same for our joint process for scoring. That's utilizing all rubrics A through R. So we would be able to score the same way, have the same points, and it would just be pretty seamless on our side in terms of what we're doing for just the normal process or the joint process. And this is just the student performance. So instead of the assurance, so this is student performance A. Again, this would just be where we would put in the score that they would give us, put any comments, and this would be on the assessment for AB, student performance A, B, and C. And that would be the same scoring utilized to then equal our overall category. Back to the beginning. What we have, I think we can turn it over to you.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. We've been working on this with the board for, I don't know, year and a half or so. We've been talking about it. We started, after the changes in Chapter 55 accreditation standards were adopted, we started with a crosswalk. And with our standards and our procedures, we developed that crosswalk. We met with OPI and their team about 10 months ago in September. We presented that crosswalk to the Board of Public Ed in January of, I believe, 2024. We were involved in a meeting in July where we had kind of a think tank in front of the board and OPI. We have had several meetings with OPI and McCall and the accreditation committee from the board. And, I think we have come to what I would consider a win-win for education in Montana. Who is Cognia? We've been around for 130 years. We are the parent company to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, the North Central Association Commission of accreditation. That was a discussion because generally we accredit schools in a 6-year term of accreditation. We have implemented a what we call a mid-cycle review. So we went back to our leadership, our chief accreditation officer, and Dr. Hurst came to Montana and we discussed. And yes, we can meet that. And here's what it's going to look like. So we're going to have 2 3-year terms of accreditation that will match what OPI's and the Board of Public Ed is moving to. We have schools on a cycle right now, and we really don't want to move those schools off that cycle unless we all want to get in alignment, and we're willing to do that. I see this as a very exciting partnership with OPI. I live in Montana. I'm 3 hours away from Helena, or we're a Zoom call away. Crystal's office and Julie and all of us will be communicating a lot about this process to be fully integrated. The 2 areas are the 2 sections of accreditation in 3-year terms are going to look a little different. The first one is a full AER, which is accreditation engagement review. We have schools that are on this schedule right now, and those involve the full gamut of our diagnostics, from a standard self-assessment, assurances, and executive summary, an accreditation portfolio. We have a very broad, what I call the big 3, the student performance analysis, the learning environment observation analysis, stakeholder feedback analysis. And those are comprised in that what is this AER. Okay, that's in a 3-year term. The second 3-year term, we will focus on what we call a mid-cycle or a progress monitoring. Because if we don't go back and those recommendations that we left schools, not recommendations, they're improvement priorities, if we never check those, how do we know they're in that continuous cycle of improvement? And so our second 3-year term is going to be focused on what did you do with those cycles, or what those improvement priorities are. We will include fully OPI in all of this information, give them access to schools, our databases for schools, whether they want them all at once or just those schools are being reviewed that year. We will invite them to be involved in electronic meetings. We will provide an on-site in these reviews. We start our process early. So schools that are up for an AER next year, we start with an orientation in January of the previous year. We orient them. And then we have an online training with them, and we put them into a Canvas course, and they start to work on the diagnostics. In July, we assign a lead evaluator to them. And that lead evaluator works with those schools electronically over, I'm leading a few reviews in Texas. I'm leading some in Arizona or New Mexico this year. I check in with those schools every 2 weeks electronically. How are you doing? What do you need? I'm not evaluating those diagnostics at that point, but I'm saying, what kind of support can we give you? So we really front load that. For example, this year we have 3 individual schools and 1 school with some elementaries that are in full accreditation review. They're in the AER. They're on that schedule. But we have 5 systems, so that would be high school plus their elementaries and middles, and one high school standalone that are in the mid-cycles. So we would be working with OPI to provide them opportunities to share in the mid-cycle planning and what those reports look like. We will, if OPI wants them, we'll provide previous reports of these schools, their accreditation review reports, if they want to see those. If OPI wants to come to us and say, we need you to dig a little deeper on this particular area or issue, we absolutely have the ability to do that. If they say, we want a particular document to look at in these, processes, we can absolutely do that. We have the ability. Our schools are excited about this. I said I came to Pryor in 1981. We've been working on alignment for a long time. We've been working on a vision for alignment for a long time. And so this opportunity is really strong for our schools. And I will tell you, you look at a number of 42 schools, it is not easy to go through this process. It's rigorous. I commend those schools all across the state that are doing everything they can. But this alignment is truly going to streamline this process. If you look at your correspondence from the field, you have a lot of support for this. School Boards Association, Montana Rural Ed, Rob Watson and Sam. There's been other letters that have come to you. I haven't seen the other side, but thank you for this opportunity. We're here to be a partner. And BJ, do you have any comment?
Well, I'll add, first of all, Chairperson Clark, thank you for going to Clark County. Is it next week?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. So we certainly appreciate you. We know that's a huge amount of work, and you're appreciated for it. I think the only thing I'm going to add is that because we work globally and because we work in more than, it's actually 40,000 schools now, so that's 25 million students. What we are able to do is respect the nuances of the different states that we work in, and that's critical to the work we do. We can't come in and say, here's our 31 standards and the whole world must do everything the same way. But we do say, show us that you have high levels of analysis of learner performance moving forward. So there's a it's really what you were saying, Julie, about we have the capacity to go show us. Don't just show us that you have data, but what have you done with that data to move it forward? And so whilst this process will look totally different, I have 8 states in my region. Some have required on-site visits this many times. Some have them every 3 years. We've got states that use our strategic action planning platform for their CSI. So it looks entirely different everywhere we go. And I would say that I think for Montana, this is completely a win-win. And if Julie and team say to us at some point, well, this strategic action plan, you have this platform, does this one look the same as this one? And can we amend what we're doing? We are game for that. We have the capacity. I have 30 colleagues on the ground in this region that Daniel and I work with. And so what the needs are of the state will take care of them. So thank you. We're excited.
Any other do you have a presenter online or?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for those explanations. I have a couple of questions. Well, first of all, I want to thank Julie for emphasizing the joint nature of this review and the accreditation process. I had received a question yesterday about well, what if a school, has a majorly exceeds class size? Will that still be, a ding, to use the old, the old expressions? And I think Julie has clarified that Cognia's accreditation is kind of a subset of our bigger statewide expectations in terms of accreditation. So if a district has an issue with class size or misassignments of teachers, that still will generate a deviation or a deficiency, depending on what the specific issue is. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear for the whole board. And then a second thing I'd like to make sure we clarified is, Julie, you had a slide that said that a school district will seek and fund the, I think the joint process maybe was what you were saying, but I want to be clear that there's nothing about this that creates any additional expense for a school district. The school district will seek and fund Cognia accreditation. There's nothing additional that the school district incurs because they're going through a joint process now. And I just want to get that on the record. I do would like to know, are you expecting any additional expenses to OPI as a result of doing this?
Chair Hart, Madam Chair Quinlan, no, I do not anticipate any additional expenses. I do anticipate a learning opportunity where 3 of the staff members could go onto some of these site visits and learn a little bit more about some of our schools. Sometimes going on those site visits is professional development in and of itself. You get to see other practices in place, and you can learn a lot as a teacher or a leader when you see it elsewhere. That can help you reflect on your own. And then we will, whoever does go on those 3 visits, if they choose to go, then we would, that would be part of what we would have to pay for, right? Is for the travel and the hotel if our staff went. But if it was like a school leader from a different district, we would not pay for that. But we would grant PDU credits for participating in the site visit as a learner. So if we send our own people to go participate, then we would have to pay for the travel. But if it's other people that volunteer to be part of that for professional learning, we would not pay for that.
Sheriff Tharp, Board Member Quinlan, Sheriff Tharp isn't here.
We'll tell them you kept your mouth.
Please go ahead.
In our policies, we require teacher certification, all of those things. We require everything that OPI requires.
Stay parallel to the office, please.
Okay. Because we are a continuous improvement accreditation model, we do not focus on that. Schools check off that they meet the governmental requirements through an assurance. But, when I served on the board of Northwest, when it was standalone Northwest accreditation, and we held our it was annual meetings, and schools would haul in boxes of loads of stuff to impress us. We did check teacher certifications. When we were on site, we were in libraries, we counted the books, we were down in the boiler room, we were taking notes. We don't do that anymore, but it is still required, whatever OPI requires. So if Crystal calls me and says one of our schools has a uncertified teacher or, whatever, that's gonna go in our, that's a red flag for us. And we're gonna go out, we're gonna say, what's going on? And we're gonna be a partner with them to get that fixed. But we do not specifically, that's not what we specifically check.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there questions from the board?
Would
Board
you-
Member Schmidt.
Yes, thank you. Would you say the funding part again? What's this cost? Who's paying it? Where's the money coming from?
Chair Quinlan, Board Member Schmidt. Our member schools pay an annual fee to be a member of Cognia.
How much is that?
It's gonna be, $1,400 per school per year, okay? With that membership, that includes, we have a platform, there's a student observation tool, or teacher observation tool, not an evaluation tool. We have surveys, we have strategic planning guides, we have a cognitive learning community, which is professional development. That all comes with that, okay? With that, they can be an individual member or they can seek accreditation. During their accreditation year, they pay what's called an accreditation fee. That's once every 6 years.
And how much is that?
If you're over, 201 students or below, I think it's 2,000. If you're above 200 kids, it's 4,000. But you can amortize that over a 6-year period. We're not gonna charge them in a 3-year for that. That's gonna be amortized over a 6-year period. So they choose to pay that. That's their choice. That would be no cost to the state or OPI.
And the joint agreement is voluntary. That's how I understood it. I wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any other board member questions? I'm gonna ask McCall, so of the draft MOU that we have in front of us, there is a highlighted area where the board needs to talk about the term. Are there any other things, and do you want to talk about it now, or do you hold that till tomorrow, or?
Madam Chair, I think it's whatever pleases the board. This section is something that the board just needs to discuss, and I did discuss it, briefly with both Cognia and OPI about what might make sense. Ultimately, it's up to the board of how long you want this MOU to be. Again, accreditation is going to be on a 3-year term, so I would suggest that 3 is the minimum. But I do think it's up to this board to decide what you want that to be, and then we will incorporate it into the MOU in the action item tomorrow.
Mr. Chair, do you have any thoughts you want to express on that question?
My recommendation would be 6 years.
6 years for the whole thing, okay.
And Madam Chair, if I can, sorry, there is also language in here that says that we will review this each year. So there is an opportunity if we see something, you're not bound to this for 6 years. If there's something in here that we need to correct or change, we can certainly do that.
Board Member Schmidt.
I have another question. How many other states have joint MOUs with Cognia, just like this one?
Brad, do you have that information? Are you still there?
I don't have exact information of a straight 1-to-1. And in some cases, we might have agreements that apply to just certain, maybe just non-public schools. But there are certainly states where we have agreements where Cognia accreditation is accepted for certain benefits or to meet certain requirements of those districts. But I couldn't give you an exact number just because those agreements vary in scale.
We have a neighbor, North Dakota, for example, okay? We have a contract with their legislature, that, we do all their accreditation. We do all their professional development. And we work, or not we, but, the directors and whatever in North Dakota, and Tim's been a part of that. And, we had a contract with Wyoming 2 years ago. That went for 25 years. We did all of their accreditation. Georgia, Alabama, Florida, there are different types of agreements. Idaho, all of their high schools, for example, they're accredited through Cognia, and I believe that's the state contract. In Wyoming, I have a small state contract where we accredit all their what we call institution schools. They're schools that are for kids or behavior modification. all sorts of different agreements. So it's not an easy answer to just say, we got 47.
We're going to
Look just like this.
and give you a picture of what it looked like in North Dakota, because like what Dr. Mergel was describing, there's still annual inputs. There's still the issue of all of your teachers licensed, certified, endorsed, we teach with it. So when I was in North Dakota, we still had to submit on an annual basis. These are our classes, these are how many kids are in classes, what the class code is, the size of it. We had to submit in what this is our in-service time, all of those sort of things, all of those inputs still needed to be done on an annual basis. And we reported those directly to the DPI, Department of Public Instruction. And then the cognitive portion of it was done not on an annual basis, but that one was done, as Dr. Severin was describing, on a multi-year level. And that's where you have the access to all of those really deep dives into what they're describing there. So what I see happening in Montana is a very similar thing, that we would still have all of those regular annual things that still have to be done working with OPI. But I see this, and the question was asking earlier, what kind of extra work on OPI? Well, it's going to be a little bit early on with your learning curve, but I think in the end, it actually should result in less, because OPI will have less to do on that, or at least different work to do on that. Because when the deep dive on the every 3 years, every 6 year comes up, the schools are gonna pay to work with Cognia and let them do that part, and Cognia is just gonna come report back to OPI. And so, you know, if a school doesn't want to do Cognia, then do everything directly with OPI, they can absolutely do that on an annual basis or the multi-year basis, whatever comes up with that. I see it an absolute win-win. Schools that have decided, so the next question might be, why would you want to pay $1,400 plus the additional fees and all of that? It's because what Cognia provides is authentic continuous improvement. You're actually truly digging in and looking at what is your mission and your vision, and what are you intending to accomplish, and what are we going to do about these poor test scores and all of these sort of things. You know, how are we really going to focus on that? Or are we just checking the box and moving forward and getting ready for the next thing? And that's what I think is so powerful about the major changes we made to Chapter 55 a couple of years ago, is that we actually let's take a real look at this and not just check the box anymore. And if schools want to go way above and beyond that, then they contract with somebody like Cognia to come in and help them with that, really going above and beyond work. And I haven't met a school administrator who's worked with Cognia that hasn't admitted that it was work and it was valuable work. It was a lot of extra effort on their part, but they really learned a lot about themselves and their school.
Mr. Chair, I guess in terms of this question about the term, are there any board members that would object to putting in a 6-year term for the purpose of our discussions to take action tomorrow? If anybody wants to advocate for some lesser amount of time, they should speak up now. Okay, so McCall, if we could, and Mr. Chair, if we could amend that section that's highlighted to put in a 6-year term, that'd be.
Madam Chair, you can make that motion tomorrow.
Okay, great. You don't want to give us a version tomorrow or for tomorrow, but
I think you can just make it a motion.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a
Mr.
question.
Chair, sorry, Board Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Chairmember Quinlan. I just had a quick question. Let's say a new school district wanted to start. I was pertaining to the 6-year thing. Let's say Marion School decides, yep, we want to do it. Would they be able to meet that accreditation part with Cognia for that 6-year, 3-year thing, or would they need an additional year to get everything set up and then meet the 6 years? I just don't want to shortchange people that might want to jump on board.
Yeah, that's a great question. When we used to work with Northwest, when Northwest was a standalone, they had something called provisional accreditation. And you could, maybe you could apply, and maybe, I forget what, it was pretty quick. you could get provisionally accredited. We don't do that. So for example, we have a new school that applies, online or whatever. And, I set up a meeting, electronic meeting with them, or I drive over there, them, the school board, whatever. The first step is they have to decide they want to do it, okay? Part of this is we will get schools, and we've had over the years, the school board president wanted it, the superintendent wanted it, but nobody else had a clue or could care, and so you get to those places and you get to the accreditation review and they're like, what's this? It takes a lot of people to row the same direction to get this work done. And so we have what we call a candidacy process. So the first step is they go through a self-study, littler than the one I described. And then someone comes on site and spends a day with them and interviews the superintendent, different teacher groups. And what we're looking for at that point is what we call capacity. Do you have the capacity to meet our standards? If you don't, you're going to remain an applicant. You can still, remain there. But if you do, you're going to become a candidate. Once you become a candidate, then you move towards the next phase of this, is an actual on-site, or it can be on-site. In some states, we do all virtual. But it's, they go through the full accreditation process. And once they go through the full accreditation process, then they're accredited for a certain term. So, you might ask, well, how long that takes? They have up to 2 years from the time they become a candidate to host an AR. Is that still the case, or they may have longer? Okay, it's a guideline. But I have schools that say, hey, I want to do a candidacy this spring. I get out, we visit, and then they do their AER the following year. And then, help me, boss, if this is correct, if they do their AER in February, the accreditation is retroactive to July 1 of that academic year. So let's say we have, 10 schools in Montana that want to jump on and do this. They would have to wait until they're fully accredited to get on this joint process with OPI. Does that explain things?
Yeah, Madam Chair Quinlan, Board Member Maxwell, we also have you all have a provisional accreditation process. So we'll be actually talking about that for new schools, which are public charter schools, where there are some that are going to be seeking provisional accreditation because they just need more time to get some of those elements in place. So if there was a school that's new that said, I would like to participate in the joint process, we would probably come forward and seek provisional accreditation from the Board of Public Ed. And we would make sure that there were certain components in place in order for them to be granted that provisional accreditation, like EFIC requirements, meeting the licensure requirements. So we have a process built in for provisional accreditation. And so I think that if the school district wanted to go to the joint process for Cognia, we would talk through what that timeline would look like and come forward to the board to seek that on behalf of the school.
Okay, Madam Chair, I realize it's noontime and lunchtime. I just wanted to share with the board that it's been interesting to have these discussions about the joint accreditation process at the same time that the Montana School for the Deaf and Blind has been going through a Cognia accreditation. It's a chance to see how much work has been involved, and really it has very strong focus on quality that are to some extent, our state accreditation process is more about the inputs. Although, to reiterate what Chairman Tharp says, we probably couldn't have done this until we made the changes that we made in the chapter 55 accreditation rules. And now we're well positioned to move into these joint reviews. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Does anybody have anything else they want to talk about now regarding the MOU? An action item for tomorrow's agenda. All right. Well, we are going to have recess for, but not recess like the school and then at 1 o'clock, we will be heading over to the early literacy classroom over at Eastgate, and then doing a couple of other tours. We'll have a roundtable discussion. For those of you joining online, we will be back on time at 3:15. We have a time certain event at that point, but as we break for lunch and the tours, obviously we will not be live streaming for those events. So until 3:15, the Montana Board of Public Education is in recess.
Thank you.
Call the meeting back to order. Time is 3:15. The meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. We are meeting at East Helena High School at 2760 Valley Drive, and we will turn out of recess and resume our meeting. We are on item number 12. And I will turn things over to our licensure committee chair, Dr. Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So item number 12 is action on initial review of Board of Public Ed case number 2025-01 Rieger. So at this point, I'd like to turn things over to our attorney, Ms. Brown, and ask you to kind of lead us into this.
Sure. I understand Ms. Rieger is not in attendance. If that's incorrect, please let me know. Okay, this is the review under Administrative Rule 10.57.601B. So the Board of Public Education is deciding whether there is sufficient cause to believe that professional misconduct occurred. You should have before you the initial letter from the superintendent and also the response. And Mr. Craig, I'll let you go from there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brenton Craigs, and I'm the staff attorney representing the Montana Office of Public Instruction in the initial review of BPE case 2025-01, requesting the revocation of the teaching license of Rebecca Rieger. On January 29th, the superintendent of public instruction filed a recommendation for licensure revocation with the Board of Public Education under MCA 20-4-110 for Ms. Rieger's Class 2 standard teaching license, which expires on June 30th, 2027. We believe the information in the recommendation letter and attached documentation provides sufficient cause to move this matter to a full hearing on the merits. Ms. Rieger was a teacher with the Park City School District. During her tenure, Ms. Rieger allegedly engaged in multiple activities which, if true, would be considered immoral conduct related to the teaching profession. This alleged behavior, briefly summarized, includes having repeated and continued inappropriate conversations with a student about sexual confusion, breasts, smut, porn, and sex stores in the Billings area, criticizing the parenting style of Ms. Rieger's fellow teacher and mother of this student while discouraging the student from sharing the conversations with her mother, encouraging and assisting the student in purchasing a chest binder for use under the student's clothes, and sharing confidential information about other students with this student. Ms. Rieger's alleged actions resulted in the investigation by the Park City School District, whose findings resulted in Ms. Rieger resigning in lieu of termination on October 11, 2024. OPI was notified of Ms. Rieger's resignation in lieu of termination on December 1st, 2024. Following OPI's initial investigation, OPI sent Ms. Rieger an offer to surrender her teaching license on December 17th. After OPI granted Ms. Rieger numerous extensions to seek legal counsel, OPI filed the licensure revocation action with BPE on January 29th. The standards reaffirmed in the Olkers case stated, OPI must present at least minimal evidence to support the elements of immoral conduct sufficient to move a case to hearing. Generally, there will be factual disputes regarding allegations of teacher misconduct, which are not resolved prior to the contested case hearing level. When the board considers whether there is sufficient cause to believe that professional misconduct occurred, it is appropriate to assume the allegations are true. Based on the foregoing, I would request that BPE move this case to a full hearing on the revocation request submitted by the Superintendent of Public Instruction. Thank you.
Well, board, at this time, you can take action on the initial review. So again, you're deciding if there's sufficient cause to believe that professional misconduct occurred.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you. Mr. Chair, at this time, I'm ready to prepare to make a motion. Please do.
I have a clarifying question first.
Well,
Oh,
motion first.
Motion on
Then discussion.
excuse me, sorry.
Okay, so I move the initial review of Board of Public Ed case number 2025-01 be moved to a contested case hearing at the July 2025 Board of Public Education meeting.
For the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Quitman. Questions?
I have a question. So if this does not go to a full hearing, if it doesn't go to a full hearing, is the license automatically revoked, or what's the consequence of no hearing?
Status quo.
She doesn't lose her license, it's.
Only we are able to revoke a license. So if we don't If we don't, then nothing happens. Other questions? Anything else for Ms. Brown? Okay, you've heard the motion. If there's no further discussion or comment, is there any public comment? Public comment online?
See no hand raised.
All those in favor of the motion as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes. I oppose.
Okay. Motion carries, and we will proceed forward with the hearing to take place in July.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move on to item number 13, if that's okay?
Yep.
Thank you. This is an action on contested case hearing, Board of Public Ed case number 2024-09, Evans. Ms. Brown, would you like to lead us off there?
Thank you. This is a contested case hearing. Again, you should have the initial letter from the superintendent as well as the response. And also, I believe you all have exhibit packets. For exhibits, OPI has submitted, Mr. Evans has not submitted any exhibits. The issue here is substantial and material non-performance of a contract under Administrative Rule 10.57.611. I do just want to bring a couple of points of order before we get started here. The professional standards will be adhered to according to the Robert's Rules of Order. Any disruptive behavior will be caused to be removed from the hearing either in person or virtually. If virtual, the board reserves the right to mute any disruptive participants. And if in person, the board reserves the right to stop the hearing until the disruptive person is removed. For the record, it looks like Mr. Craig is here on behalf of OPI, is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Evans, I believe, is appearing remotely. Mr. Evans, are you there?
So there are a couple, Doug Evans, so if you could raise your hand, which one I need to promote, that would be helpful. And I could promote both, but you still know. That one.
Mr. Evans, can you hear us?
Looks like he's on now.
Looks like you're on. We can't hear you though.
Mr. Evans, you should be able to unmute and then turn your camera on as well.
We need to take a quick break.
All right, am I unmuted now?
There we go.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I did submit the document. I had heard the earlier part, so.
Okay, are you talking about your response to the letter from the superintendent of public instruction?
No, I filed a complaint with the principal back in February, and I requested my personnel file. It's not in my files. Luckily, I made a copy of it. So I had uploaded it into, it should be called Hank's document, and I went ahead and emailed it to, I'm trying to remember who the gentleman was. There's so many names that were thrown at me. Anyway, the one that was asking for documentation, I went ahead and emailed and said, this is the document that I'm gonna present.
Okay, did you email that to Rick Wooten?
I believe so. I'd have to go back. Now, you guys can't see me, right?
No, can you turn a camera on so we can see you?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, but the problem is I can't do it through the computer. I've got to do it through my phone. And I don't even know where the heck the, all right, wait a minute. Settings. Settings. There it is. Camera. Camera. Nope, that's not it.
You need to promote his phone
No.
instead of.
I'm trying my best to find the camera in this phone. So,
Well, while you're looking for that, is there anyone else in the room with you?
well, it looks like they're gonna have a meeting in my room, so first I heard about it. So it looks like I'm gonna have to leave.
Okay, is there anyone else with you though that we need to put on the record as being present for this?
Not at this time. You guys need to use this room, or you guys coming to use my, why don't you use Miss Stafford's? That'd probably be the best thing to do. Sorry. No, not now. I tried to get a personal counsel in, but I was told that I couldn't have anybody represent me, so.
And just for the record, the person you wanted there was not an attorney, and so
Nope.
I cautioned you that I couldn't, under my rules of professional conduct, have someone providing legal representation who was not an attorney to you at this
Well,
hearing.
he's not, he's personal counsel, so,
Okay.
or if you want to call him a paralegal, whatever you want to call him. But the thing is, I think it's a bit, to me, like I said before, when I wrote back, to me, it's a bit chilling that I can't have a representative here.
Okay.
You guys have a whole panel of lawyers. So, and I want to make sure that, not with the email, but you've actually made it, as far as the commentary now, verbal. I'd like to get written notification that, that I was required not to have any of them consult me or, speak, so that I have a
Mr.
record.
Evans, I think we put it on the record, for the minutes. Okay, so.
Okay, that'll
let's
work.
proceed. Each party is going to have 25 minutes total to present their case. 1 hour has been set aside, so BPE will have 10 minutes for discussion. I understand we probably have until 5 in case it does go longer. And how you divide this between opening and closing and questioning witnesses is up to you. I'll just give you a heads up when you have 5 minutes left on your 25 minutes per side. So are you both planning on presenting opening statements?
Yes.
Mr. Craigs is nodding. Mr. Evans, are you going to have an opening statement?
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Okay, so we'll start with Mr. Craigs. You can provide your opening.
I'm gonna request, the ability to share my, well, I have the ability, so I'm gonna start screen sharing. So I can just display exhibits as we're having the discussion.
Oh, great. Now I just lost you.
No,
What
we
happened?
can still hear you.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Sorry about that. All right. Once again, good afternoon. My name is Brenton Craigs, and I am the staff attorney representing the Office of Public Instruction in BPE case 2024-09. I would like to start by noting exhibits OPI 1 through 18 have been stipulated for admission by the parties. This case is about the breach of the terms of a teaching contract which occurred less than 1 month prior to the start of the school year. Mr. Evans signed a teaching contract with the Wolf Point School District for the 24-25 school year and violated the contract by resigning from his employment at Wolf Point on July 29th, 2024, less than 1 month prior to the start of the school year on August 20th, 2024. ARM 10.57.611, which is contained in exhibit OPI 17, and I'm displaying on the screen now, states, under subsection 1, a licensed staff member commits substantial and material non-performance of an employment contract pursuant to 20-4-110 if, after signing a binding contract of employment with the Montana School District, the licensed staff member substantially and materially breaches such contract without good cause, and goes on to state in section 3, licensed staff members violation of 20-4-110 MCA may be penalized as follows. A first violation committed not more than 30 calendar days prior to the beginning of the school year may result in a sanction not to exceed placement of a letter of reprimand in the licensed staff member's public record certification file. This case is just over this contract violation. OPI will demonstrate by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning that it is more likely than not that Mr. Evans did sign this contract, that Mr. Evans was employed by the Wolf Point School District until he resigned less than a month before the 24-25 school year, and that Mr. Evans has not provided evidence to indicate a good cause reason for violating this contract, but instead has only denied that he signed the contract. At the conclusion of this hearing, OPI will ask that the board issue Mr. Evans a letter of reprimand under 20-4-110 MCA and ARM 10.57.611. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, this is your turn for your opening statement. So just a heads up, this is not your entire case. It's just a brief summary of what your case is going to present.
Okay, I understand. I had filed a complaint in February with the school district that we had systemic problems that would lead to issues that need to be addressed professionally that were not. In fact, again, it's a school district that really doesn't have any guidelines or any, I guess, barriers on how they act in the direction that they go. And anyway, I warned him about how we don't have record keeping. When I had received that contract, because I knew the kind of system that I was in, I made sure I didn't sign that. Because every other school district I've ever been at, we've always had a chain of custody. And I find it a bit strange, if you will, that considering the fact that within the contract itself, and this is a binding legal document, give me a chance here, because we got papers all over the place. It says here, the parties to this agreement fully agree and understand that signed individual signing the contract is a binding enforceable legal document between individual teachers and the school board, yada, yada, yada. Well, if it is that significant, then why is there not a chain of custody as every other school district I've ever been at? There was no one within that system at all that witnessed me signing it. And that was the whole contention that I had, that the school itself does not have the proper procedures in place to guarantee the protection between the teacher and or the admin. Now, you can trot out anything you want, the preponderance of the evidence that I signed it, but do you have actual empirical data that I signed that? No, you didn't. At every other school district I've been at, from Reno to Memphis, I can go on and on and on. Nobody performs the same type of practices that I saw here. IEPs thrown in the open, students walking in and out of secured areas. So my contention again is no, it's not signed unless you actually have the data to show that, the proof of it, that you have followed in order to protect both parties, then no. Now again, but I said I wasn't resistant to the idea of a letter of reprimand because I knew what I was doing. But then from there, I don't know, it's however you guys want to handle it.
Thank you. Mr. Craig, you can proceed with your evidence.
I'd like to call our first witness, Ms. Tara Thomas.
Give her a minute to get on. I don't see that person on.
You don't see Ms. Tara Thomas on? There should be a Tara Thomas, Kim Hanks, Eric Peterson, Dave Perkins, and Lorraine Hanks.
I see Lorraine and Kim and Dr. Perkins. I don't see the first person you said.
You don't see Tara Thomas or Eric Peterson?
I do see E. Peterson.
E. Peterson, okay. Let me know if you see Tara Thomas pop on the call.
Where's the camera at?
All right. In that case, I'd like to call Principal Kim Hanks, please.
Reverse this.
Like, Principal Hanks, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can.
Really quickly, do you want to swear in Mr. Evans as well, sir, witness?
He hasn't provided any witness testimony yet, so we can when he does. Ms. Hanks, we can't see you. Do you have the ability to turn the camera on?
I turned my camera on. I don't know why it's not working.
Okay.
That has never happened to me.
We'll have to take your word for it that you're raising your right hand. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, the witness has been sworn in.
Ms. Hanks, could you please spell your first and last name for us?
Kim, Kim, last name Hanks, Hanks.
And what is your occupation?
I am the high school principal at Wolf Point High School.
When did you start working there?
I have worked at Wolf Point High School since 2002.
Do you know Mr. Douglas Evans?
I do.
How do you know him?
I hired him to be a high school English teacher here.
Do you recognize OPI Exhibit 1, which we have displayed on the screen right now?
I do.
What is it?
It is the signing list when a teacher picks up their contract. It's the list that they received their contract.
Okay. Can you describe your process for getting contracts to teachers?
I receive the contracts from our district office along with this sheet. Teachers are then asked to pick up their contracts from me and sign this paper that they have received their contract.
Are such contracts ever left out where a student could access them?
They're on my desk. Yes, students are in my office for discipline or other reasons. I have never had a student look in them, to my knowledge.
Does every teacher sign this document before you have given them the contract?
Yes.
How do the signed contracts get back to you?
Teachers have the choice to either have their contract, they can deliver it to the district office, they can put it in our district office mail. I also keep a folder if teachers want to give the contracts to me. I will deliver them to the district office for them, just to make it easier for them since we are not in one building.
Did Mr. Douglas Evans sign this document?
He did.
Here. Have you ever seen this document that I'm displaying? It's exhibit OPI number 3.
I have.
Why can't I get this
You
phone?
mentioned that Mr. Evans received a different employment opportunity. Did he ever communicate any other reason for his resignation?
No, not to me.
God, I'm
Have you
almost afraid to
seen
remember.
this document, which is OPI, exhibit OPI 4?
Yes, I have.
And what did this assert from Mr. Evans in your view?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
What was the assertion from Mr. Evans contained in this document?
That a student had taken his contract and forged his signature was what I understood from this document.
Okay. Did he ever communicate any other reason for challenging the complaint to BPE other than that a student signed this document?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you, Ms. Hanks. I'd like to call the next witness.
And remind me who the first witness was?
Tara Thomas.
Tara's iPhone is on. I'm assuming that's who.
She's on.
Tara's iPhone is.
I'd like to call Tara's iPhone.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, it looks like you'll be promoted.
Why can't I get this?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear and see you. Can you please raise your right hand?
Sure,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, this witness has been sworn in.
Ms. Thomas, could you please spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name's Tara Thomas, Tara, Thomas, Thomas.
And Ms. Thomas, what is your occupation?
I am an elementary principal.
For which school district?
Wolf Point. Sorry.
When did you start working there?
Excuse me?
Sorry, when did you start working there?
Let's see, 2022.
Do you know Mr. Doug Evans?
I do.
How do you know him?
And he was the high school English teacher, and we also, we did some socializing.
Is it safe to say that you consider him a friend?
I did.
Did you and he ever have a conversation regarding his 24-25 school year contract with the Wolf Point School District?
We did.
Could you describe that conversation?
Yes, he basically talked about his strategy to that no one had seen him, sign that contract, and that he was just going to go with that someone else had signed it, and that the district couldn't prove otherwise.
Did you ask him if he signed the contract?
I did not. It was more of an implication.
So to be clear, his implication was that he said, nobody saw me sign it?
No, it was just that he's, it was an unwitnessed signature and that was his strategy
And what was his strategy for what?
to get out of his contract.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Okay.
Before she goes, and I apologize, I forgot to do this with the principal. Mr. Evans, did you have any cross-examination questions for this witness or the previous witness?
For the previous witness, yes. Ms. Hank, is she on there?
Let's start with, this witness first, and then we'll go to her since this one's already on. Do you have any questions for her, Mr. Evans, or just for the principal?
For who, Ms. Thomas?
Yes.
Well, her inference is merely her inference, so I don't know how I could change that differently, but the conversation she speaks of, I vividly remember. Yeah.
Just to stop you, this is not your opportunity.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. All right, go ahead. Keep going. Yeah, go ahead. Move on. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Thomas at this time?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Are you done with me?
For now, yes, unless the board have any questions at the end, so please, stay available.
Okay.
Okay, Principal Hank, Mr. Evans, it sounds like has some cross-examination for you.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Hanks, at any time in my tenure during 5 years, other than you lay out a procedure where staff comes to your office, receives the contract, then they sign for it, date it, which the document there has no date on with my name associated to it. At any time, or the contracts ever just placed inside the mailroom boxes?
Are you asking if the contracts are just placed in the mailroom box after signature?
After or before? So my question is, within the last 5 years, that this procedure that you went ahead and outlined has always been followed in the 5 years, at least during my employment?
Correct.
And you testify to that?
Yes.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Any redirect? Okay. Thank you, Principal Hank. Next witness.
All right, next witness, I would like to call Mr. Doug Evans.
Okay, Mr. Evans. Yeah, see you on video.
It's because he doesn't have it on.
Can you please turn your video on?
I don't know how to turn it on with this phone. And I've already tried to access it. I had the tech people come in here too. And we tried to access it through the computer. I apologize.
Earlier, but we can do it without video if needed. It's preferable to have video though, so.
I would like to have video, but I can't. I've been messing with this thing for the last 20 minutes.
Okay, we were able to see you at one point.
You were? Oh, I
Yeah.
wish somebody had said something, because now I don't even know how I got there. Well, was it a computer screen or how did it look?
I think it was your phone.
Was it from
the phone? Well, then I did something that I don't know what I'm doing, so I can't figure it out. Phone, camera. Okay. Well, you can't see me here. Gosh darn it. There we go. What about now? Anything? Oh, crap. Well, I don't even know how to get back to where I was. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to use the computer on this one. Yeah, I can't. I've got the camera on, but I can't seem to get it to sync.
Okay.
So
Well,
We'll proceed. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yeah, it's up.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The witness has been sworn in.
Mr. Evans, would you please spell your first and last name?
Douglasevans.
And do you hold a Montana Class 1 educator license, SEID 194616?
I do now.
Was this originally effective on July 1st, 2019?
2019, I believe so.
And is your current expiration date for your license June 30th, 2029?
Yes.
On the screen, I'm displaying Exhibit OPI 1. Does this display your signature here?
It displays a signature.
Does this display your signature, Mr. Evans?
Nothing that I don't know. To be quite frank, there's no date on it, so I don't know if I signed this or not.
Mr. Evans, I'm now displaying an OPI Exhibit 2.
Right.
Is this your signature here?
There's a signature that looks like it might be mine, yes, but I have no idea whether that's been signed or not by me. I have no idea what contract that is.
This is the OPI Exhibit 2, which you were provided a copy of. This is the
Speaking of the April 16th, 2024 contract.
Yes.
Then no, I categorically say that's not my signature.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying an OPI 3, Exhibit OPI 3. Is this your signature on this letter?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying OPI Exhibit 4.
Mm-hmm.
Is this your signature on this letter?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying an OPI Exhibit 6. Is this your signature on this letter?
I guess, whatever that is. Yeah, I guess it is. If it's in July, what's the date on that one?
August 2019.
Yeah, 2019, yeah.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying OPI Exhibit number 7. Is this your signature here?
October, yep, I believe so.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying Exhibit OPI 8. Is this your signature here?
Looks like it, yes.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying OPI Exhibit 9. Is this your signature here?
I guess, yeah, I believe so.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying OPI signature 10.
Mm-hmm.
Is this your exhibit here?
Yep, looks like it.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying OPI signature, OPI Exhibit 11. Is this your signature here?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying OPI Exhibit 12. Is this your signature?
I don't see a signature section. Yeah, it looks like it is.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying OPI Exhibit 13. Is this your exhibit here? I mean, is this your signature here?
I believe it is, yes.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying OPI Exhibit 14. Is this your signature here?
I believe it is, yes.
Mr. Evans, I'm displaying, here. I'm displaying OPI Exhibit 18. Is this your signature on the bottom of the page?
I can't see the bottom of the page.
It's lagging, hold on.
Okay.
I see that. That's pretty... Oh, wait, I don't want to do that. Sure.
825, yeah.
This
Yes,
is your
that's mine.
signature. Okay.
Yes, that was the checkout list.
All right. And this checkout list was dated August 5th, 2024?
August 5th. Yep.
You began employment with Wolf Point in July 2019, correct?
Yes.
Do annual employment contracts at Wolf Point run from July 1st of the before a school year till June 30th after a school year?
I don't really know. I'd have to look at the contract themselves. I don't know how they're worded. My understanding is it runs because the contracts are year to year and we start in the middle of August, that they run till the first day in August when we come back and report back. That's the way I understand the contracts. They're not terminated at the end of July because the contract itself is 12 month, 365 days.
Like,
Effective July 1st.
Mr. Evans,
Okay,
are you
yeah,
able
so we
to?
have, yeah, so you have it marked here with effect through June 30th, 2025. Okay, good.
Mr.
Like
Evans.
yeah, I see it right here. Yeah.
Right. Mr. Evans, I'm now going
Yes.
back to explain OPI exhibit number 2 once again. Does this document say that this is void? Let me find it here again. That this document is void if not signed.
This
by
contract
May
is void unless returned to the superintendent on or before 10th of May, 2024. Yeah, I see that.
Mr. Evans, I'm now displaying OPI exhibit 5. Do you agree with the content of this memorandum?
She's using the wrong term, resignation. I didn't say resignation. I said I would let them know that I have another job before I had signed the contract. Yeah, that's exactly correct. Because I didn't trust that school district. And consider what I had to deal with after I've gone ahead and left, then yeah. But no, I did not tell them. But I didn't say anything about the fact that I was resigning. In fact, there's nothing in the letter anywhere that even with my notification that I'm resigning from anything.
So, Mr. Evans, you're asserting that you did not have to resign from the Wolf Point School District?
No, I didn't have to resign because I didn't sign that contract. And I made sure I didn't sign it. That
Mr. Evans,
particular contract, the one you have dated, again, under oath, I did not sign that particular contract. Now, you can take whatever documentation you want and have the preponderance of evidence point back that, yes, I did. But I purposely made sure it wasn't signed. I was very vocal and I was very explicit about it to almost all my cohorts. Because I knew he would, because of the past experiences I've had with that school district, I knew someone would try to pull or place something with whatever my direction is with that place. The place, it's... Can't even get into it right now. That's not the issue. But no, it's that contract itself is not signed.
Mr. Evans, if this is not a resignation, why did you submit it to Wolf Point School District if you were not?
I was trying to be nice to them because they were going to have to look for another position. And I didn't really want to see them wait till the very day they think I'm going to show up and I'm not there. And they go, oh my God, what happened here? So I was trying mostly for the benefit of them trying to get some other staff member in there. The kids are cool. They deserve a good education. I don't see any problem with that.
Mr. Evans, were you receiving health care benefits during the month of July 2024?
Up until July. No, he went ahead and canceled.
July 2024.
He went ahead and canceled it all. The superintendent did. He went ahead and notified prior to even getting a conversation with me that he canceled all my insurance protection. Which is why.
Mr. Evans, when was that? When were those benefits canceled?
The notification I received from the district, I believe, was, I don't know if they got backdated or not. He had contacted me through email and said it was the 30th of June in reference to the contract. But he cited instead of the fact that the contract ended, he had cited that this was a disciplinary action due to me not signing that contract. He said, no, you did sign it. So it was not based on the end of the contract. But again, emails like your representative said is hearsay evidence. So,
Mr. Evans, do you have any documentation showing that your insurance was canceled?
no, I didn't receive anything. I was notified. The only
Yes.
thing I did receive a Cobra packet, which I didn't understand. And then when I called one of the agencies that service us, I was informed that my insurance was canceled. But I do have a document that I didn't put in there. I just received a couple days ago from Must that shows I have continuous, what is it? Not subscription, continuous coverage for the whole year, which now I've got to go back and ask them, well, how can that be when you guys went ahead and cancel it? So this has become kind of a muddled mess.
So, Mr. Evans, to be clear, you're saying that you did not have health insurance during the month of July 2024, but you have received notification that you had continuous insurance.
From Must, I received for federal documentation that I'd had continuous coverage. I did not have continuous coverage after June, I believe, because one of my dental issues wasn't taken care of as far as with the insurance coverage. And then that's when I contacted the school district and said what the issue was with this, because it should have just transferred over to another school that's in the same system. And I was informed with a quote from the contract of a disciplinary action that was taken and that he terminated my insurance.
Mr. Evans, do you have any proof that you had your benefits terminated, any documentation or anything?
Again, hearsay evidence. I can give you the email that the superintendent sent me that he cited as his cause to terminate my insurance. That's the best I can offer you.
Mr. Evans, why have you not provided this evidence to the committee?
Because I was told in the first phone conference, when I had brought up documentation that I was going to enter, that I could not use emails because emails were hearsay evidence. I was told that by your attorney.
Just for the record to reflect, I think he's talking about a statement I made. I am not OPI's attorney in this matter. I said that if he had any emails, he would need the person who sent the email to be there to introduce them unless OPI.
No, I didn't. No. The only thing I heard was hearsay evidence. That if I submit it, it is hearsay evidence. Nothing about I have to have either notary public, nothing that I have to have the individual there, nothing that has to be signed by the individual. I was specifically told, no, I could not because it's hearsay evidence. I was not given any kind of condition as to how to avoid that. And if you guys recorded that conversation, it's there.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I'd like to call the next witness, Eric Peterson.
And just to clarify, Mr. Evans, if you want to, it's a little awkward, being that you're the one doing the questioning too. So I think it's probably best if you want to just respond to anything Mr. Craig has brought up in your direct testimony. But if there's anything you feel like you need to clarify, sort of like a cross-examination, you're welcome to do so. Do you have any thoughts on that? Or are you okay proceeding? He's muted. Okay, he's muted. Well, I'm muted. Okay. We'll just wait.
Mr. Evans, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Okay, we'll move on to the next witness. Can you please raise your right hand?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, this witness is sworn in.
Mr. Peterson, would you please spell your name?
Eric, E-R-I-C, Peterson, P-E-T-E-R-S-O-N.
Mr. Peterson, what is your occupation?
I am the school district activities director.
And with what school district?
Wolf Point School District.
When did you start working at Wolf Point?
I started in fall of 2001.
Mr. Peterson, did you sign annual contracts with the school district?
Yes, I've signed 23 of them already.
Mr. Peterson, would you please describe that process?
So in the spring, the principal will get all the contracts for our school, junior high and high school. And she'll make the announcement, or the principal will make the announcement, and that you have to come see the principal to sign on that piece of paper that you got your contract. And then once you sign that piece of paper and date it, then she'll give you your 2 copies. And then you'll have an X amount of days to sign it and return it back.
Mr. Peterson, have you ever seen a teacher's contract, yours or anyone else's, out and available for students to access?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
As far as
Thank
I
you,
know,
Mr.
I think they lock them up at the end of the day if you haven't got them.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Evans, any cross-examination for this witness?
Unmute. Okay. All right. No, they're just gonna, no, that's fine.
Okay. Are you done with witnesses or?
I have one more witness.
Okay.
Last witness I'd like to call is Mr. David Perkins.
Do you need to unmute and turn your camera on?
Okay. There we go.
Please raise your, or sorry, looks like Dr. Perkins, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
This witness has been sworn in.
Dr. Perkins, I apologize for missing your doctor title. Dr. Perkins, would you please spell your first and last name?
David, last name Perkins.
Dr. Perkins, what is your occupation?
I am the school superintendent at Wolf Point School District.
When did you start working at the Wolf Point School District?
July of 2023.
Dr. Perkins, do you know Mr. Douglas Evans?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Perkins, how do you know him?
Well, he's a teacher, and I've talked to him numerous times, but he's a teacher. Or was a teacher here.
Dr. Perkins, do you recognize OPI Exhibit 15 that I'm currently displaying on the screen?
Oh, is that the Wolf Point, the school calendar? Yes.
Dr. Perkins, what was the first day of school according to this calendar for the 24-25 school year?
First day for students was the 20th. The first day for teachers was the 14th of August. I'm sorry.
Dr. Perkins, I'm now showing OPI Exhibit 4 on the screen. This asserts that Mr. Evans never signed the contract, which is OPI Exhibit 2. I'll just pull this up here for your reference for a moment. Did Mr. Evans ever communicate any other reason for challenging your complaint to the Board of Public Education to you?
Not except in a written form like what you have.
What?
Dr. Perkins, OPI Exhibit 3, which I'm now displaying on the screen, mentions that Mr. Evans received a different employment opportunity. Did he ever communicate any other reason for his resignation?
No.
Mr. Perkins, I'm displaying OPI Exhibit 16 on the screen. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's the negotiated agreement between the union and the school district.
And according to this agreement, what is the school year, Dr. Perkins?
This agreement basically, when a teacher is done for the year, their contract is up, but it also goes to the end of June when we are covering insurance and things like that.
Dr. Perkins, after receiving Mr. Evans' resignation, did the school district hire a teacher to replace him?
Not at first. We started the school year without a teacher.
Dr. Perkins, how long into the school year was it before you found a replacement teacher?
Oh, boy. If something like November, or I might have been October, but it might have been the end of October, out of the beginning of November, but it was late.
Dr. Perkins, was that replacement teacher for Mr. Evans licensed by OPI?
We actually got him licensed as an emergency hire authorization. They did not have regular certification.
Dr. Perkins, that is all for me.
Mr. Evans, any cross-examination for this witness?
Well, I'm a bit confused that there was something about a commentary that this is the only document. Because
Can you phrase that as a question?
well, I'm just confused with the my complaint letter which outlined how we have such poor record keeping, and it didn't show up in my personnel file. And I'm just wondering if, when he says all the documents are there, whether he's considering that part of it or not. So I'm just getting kind of confused on the documentation statement he made. But I could be reading into it too.
Well, if there's a question you have for Dr. Perkins, ask that.
Well, that's about the only question I have, is because I have the same, pretty much the same thing everybody else has here, except for, like I said before, the current emails, and then my complaint that I filed in February isn't here, and I don't understand why it's not here. So no, we'll go ahead and move on.
Okay. So that's the close of OPI's case in chief. I understand, Mr. Evans, it's your opportunity to present your evidence. As we discussed at the pre-hearing conference, it's probably easiest if you just kind of tell your story rather than do the question and answer format.
Well, I had outlined this before. The school had systemic problems that were serious and needed to be addressed. When I brought my complaint forward in February to Dr. Perkins, it was dismissed out of hand with a notification that he was supporting the principal at that time concerning the issue involved. That pretty much put in my mind, there's no way that this place is going to change in the positive direction that it should in order to benefit these students. And then again, to exacerbate it, when I went into my personnel files, it's not even in there. So, and he had made the comment when he asked me to come visit him after this, well, I don't like paperwork because it creates a certain kind of trail. I warned him about this. They have had problems. The procedure that Hanks has outlined is more party line in my mind, because I don't know how many times I've had contracts just shoved inside where the mailroom is, and we're expected to take it, sign it, and return it. I can't even remember going to her office to get the documentation. But now this is a school, again, they've had problems where the federal government has had to come in to get their act together. So I don't know what else I can do. And when I've gone ahead and contact other employees that have been there before, those that have left, they say no, they don't have any desire to sit there and get involved in this again. So again, back to the issue at hand, which is the contract, that one contract. Yeah, I made sure, and I've been around long enough to know better. I made sure I didn't sign it just for this purpose, so that I knew that some of this would get exposed, and also too that he would probably, more than likely, we had come after me for some reason in my mind, because we had 2 weeks right prior, Cifuentes, a teacher, went ahead and resigned. And prior to this, we've had other staff within 2 weeks after hire that have resigned. And at no time were they ever brought forward to have any type of disciplinary action taken. I make the action that I do, and they interpret it as the fact that I've resigned, which I haven't because I didn't sign it. And that was just an offer of an idea as to how it got the way to the situation that it did. And now we're into this. And so it's been kind of a fiasco since. It's like I say, it's pretty simple. Do they have the proper chain of command in order to sit there and protect these documents? No, they don't. And in my experience, at every other school district I've been at, including also to the military, I've never seen a contract signed like this. So however OPI determines based on the evidence, then I'll accept their determination because more than likely it's not within the realm of what occurs with that place. I mean, I saw IEPs just shoved inside files that were open to students, open on desks. We've had grade books open for the students. In fact, a couple different staff have spoke to me about how they had to have their lesson plans and their grade books altered by students. But yeah, you're not going to hear that from the other end. They're not going to address that. So
Mr.
pretty
Evans,
much,
record, I do want
yeah,
to
go
just
ahead.
let you know that OPI does have a copy of, or sorry, the Board of Public Education does have a copy of the February 8th, 2024 letter. I think you're talking about, you submitted it with your October 14th, 2024 response to OPI's request.
Oh, from that, I was, yeah, now so you have two Superintendent Perkins from myself,
Yes,
February 8th, 2024. Yeah, well,
the board does have that.
well, that's because I've gone ahead and submitted it because it's not my personnel file. So I've luckily hung on to it. Look, the thing is, this is a district that has real systemic problems. They're not being addressed. Did I sign that contract? No, I made sure I didn't sign it. Now, however you want to play that out, that's your call. But until someone goes in and cleans that place up, it'll always be run the way it's run, which is not for the benefit and culture of those students. And that's pretty much the argument and the end of it. However you find, you find. I apologize for not having a screen. I can't figure out my phone.
Any cross-examination?
Everybody else is showing up.
Mr. Evans, the only question I have is, do you have any proof of anything that you were saying? Is you have not submitted any exhibits, you've not provided any witnesses?
Nope.
Do you prove anything?
Nope. What all I got is I went ahead and filed a complaint to the superintendent to warn him that we have systemic problems. Then when it came down to it and he has that contract, unless they have a proper procedure, which they don't, I never signed it.
Okay. Mr. Evans, is that the close of your case?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll go to closing arguments, real quick, 1 minute. We're running against the time here. Mr. Craig, you can go first.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, OPI has shown by a preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Evans breached the terms of his employment contract, a contract he signed less than 1 month before the start of the 24-25 school year. Mr. Evans has failed to demonstrate through any evidence other than his own personal statements here that this breach of contract was done with good cause. OPI requests the board issue Mr. Evans a letter of reprimand for his breach of the employment contract with the Wolf Point School District, which will be reported to NASDAQ. You have numerous examples of his signatures in the OPI exhibits. You can tell that it was his signature. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, do you have any closing statements?
Again, unless you have some kind of empirical data that I actually signed that, then no, you're going on conjecture. You can make any kind of inference you want subjectively when it comes to that signature and or the practices in the past. But after 5 years of tolerating that place to the point that I did, I made sure I didn't sign that contract. So you can either take my testimony as proof. If they had a system in place, then we wouldn't be going down this road. But they do not. And then this is the first time ever at any school district I've worked at, that I've been employed at, and this from all the way from South Carolina to Nevada. I have never had a spot or a situation where a contract was not countersigned or witnessed. And that includes my current position here. So my argument is, unless you show the actual proof that I signed that, no. And I will still make that argument.
Okay, thank you. Before we go into motion discussion, does the board have any questions for Mr. Evans, Mr. Craig's, or any of the witnesses? I will release all the witnesses, then you're released from your oath and you can stay on. It's a public meeting to watch what happens next, or you're free to go. Okay, I'll turn it back over to the chair, Dr. Slinger, for the
Thank you, appreciate it very much. And thank you all. The, Chair Tharp, I'm ready to make a motion with that stuff. I move to approve the request from the superintendent of public instruction to issue a letter of reprimand to the educator in Board of Public Education case number 2024-09 Evans.
The motion is to issue a letter of reprimand. In this case, is there a second?
I second.
Second by Board Member Neesmith. Board discussion. Discussion. Questions? Reflect upon my 30 years in education, I don't recall ever having a signature on a contract witnessed or countersigned personally.
Well, I can argue against that.
Well, that's fine. Ms. Brown, will you please explain for the meeting.
Mr. Evans, the hearing part of this is done. We're on the board discussions, but only board members.
So you guys are
Mr.
making,
Evans, you are muted. Mr. Evans, you are not in a position to share. You presented your case. This is now board member discussion. Ms. Brown, will you please explain what the ramifications of this means? What does the letter of reprimand do reporting to NASDAQ? But for the record, I want everybody to know exactly what the result of this would be.
So the letter of reprimand will be placed in his file. I do not know off the top of my head the reporting requirements of NASDAQ. I believe it, my call is shaking. I don't know that there is a reporting requirement. Is there?
I'd like to call upon OPI licensure to explain to us exactly what happens with this letter of reprimand as when it gets reported to NASDAQ.
Okay. Crystal Andrews, ANDREWS, I'm the Senior Manager of Accreditation and Licensure. And so yes, if it is a formal letter of reprimand, I go into NASDAQ, which is our national reporting, to put that there is a letter of reprimand on file for him. So it is a formal letter of reprimand. It's one of the choices of what they what you put for the disciplinary.
Does the letter itself get uploaded into
It does
NASDAQ?
not. It's just indicated that in the state of Montana, he has a letter of reprimand on file.
What if another state agency wants to know the nature of that then?
They contact the Office of Public Instruction.
And you then provide that letter if they request it?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not uploaded and another state agency would have to request that. Thank you. Yes.
Crystal, so you said this is one option, a letter of recommend. A letter is one option. What are the other options?
Not for this case. No. So for NASDAQ, when you're uploading something, it's suspension, revocation of your license. So those are the choices that you pick for the individual. So in this case, it would just be a letter of reprimand. But for this case, that's what our we're talking about.
Right. But a letter of reprimand is the least
correct
offensive.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Any other board member questions? We have a motion and a second on the table. Any other board member questions or comments? Any public comment? All those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand in this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Anything else on this?
No, just for the record, a written decision will come out and, Mr. Evans, that will advise you of your right to challenge the board's decision.
Right. Yes.
If I may, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Tharp, I would just like to mention that I would encourage districts to have policies in place. Those are the other things that can occur. Districts can have policies in place with fees depending on the timeline in which someone chooses to vacate their license to hold them accountable for putting them in that tough situation, in which they may have to pay for a substitute or those kinds of things. So districts do have the opportunity at the local control level to put penalties into policy, to protect themselves and try to also keep this from happening.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, that concludes item number 13. And with that, we are moving into item number 14, and I'm going to declare this meeting closed. This is discussion of a legal settlement, and so the meeting will be closed, and in that session, it will just be the Board of Public Education along with our staff attorney.
Mr. Chair, do you want to tell folks online what time they can come back, or folks in the room? Want to give it maybe 30 minutes?
30?
I don't know.
How much time do we need?
I mean, it depends on how many questions you have.
15. Okay, we will reopen this meeting at 4:45. We'll make that a time certain. We'll close the meeting at this point and we will reopen at 4:45. Okay. Come back into open session after our executive committee discussion or our closed session and discussion of the yellow kidney settlement. Dr. Slinger, do you have a motion?
I do, sir. So I move to approve the yellow kidney settlement agreement as amended in the executive session and authorize the board chair to sign on behalf of the board.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second to approve the settlement agreement as amended and discussed in the closed session. Is there any board member comment? Any public comment? Those in favor of the motion as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. Thank you, Isaac, for all your work. All right, this concludes our work for today. We will stand in recess and reconvene right back here at 227 Academy tomorrow morning, Wednesday, March 12th at 8:30 in the morning. And with that, we stand in recess.
Chris, should we give you guys